stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, World Kidney Day. Got any questions? Just ask the expert. They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, World Kidney Day. Got any questions? Just ask the expert. They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, World Kidney Day. Got any questions? Just ask the expert. They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, World Kidney Day. Got any questions? Just ask the expert. They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, World Kidney Day. Got any questions? Just ask the expert.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, World Kidney Day. Got any questions? Just ask the expert.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, World Kidney Day. Got any questions? Just ask the expert.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Tubal Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the viewers of Feeding Our Earth. I am your anchor, Amrita Sharma, again bringing you an episode on something more vibrant to talk and discuss and to know, which is on the foundation of the day of World Kidney Day. That was on 13th of March. And we have for you lots more to talk about it. But let's start with Gayatri Mantra. Close your eyes, join your hands, taking a deep breath inside. Om Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः Welcome. Kidney and health are very parallel to each other. One of the very important organs that sometimes is missed in our life, and that's why World Kidney Day is witnessed, and we have brought for you this important day to acknowledge and know more about your health and the health that is marked with this important organ that's function is not to excrete just the waste material, but also is involved in so many things. And that's why sometimes it's too late to know about how precious our life has been and how blessed we are with all these things that God has gifted us. And when we lose certain things, we realize it was worth understanding how important it is to preserve one among these three important organs from heart, liver, and the kidneys. And for that, we have our episode producer with us, Kirit Mistry, who is a health campaigner, founder of Saha. And we would also like to wish our episode producer as well as our contributor, Riddhi Vyas, a very happiest birthday to her. Coming back with Kirit, as he is the founder charter member of Rotary Club of Organ Donation and past president of Rotary Club of Organ Donation, and now the charter president of Rotary Club in UK. Let's hear from him what all his organization is about and what all activities take place at Saha. Global Namaste, a very good afternoon to you.
Global Namaste, Amrita ji. Nice to see you again. And we've got a really great program for today. So thank you for the kind introduction. So yes, you've mentioned Saha, which is an organization I founded, and we're a patient care-led organization that focuses on very much the long-term conditions. But for a number of years, we've been working prior to Saha, we've been working on raising awareness of organ, blood, and stem cell awareness and living kidney donation. So today's topic is very much something that we've been doing a lot of work on within the community to raise awareness. As you're going to hear later on from all of our experts within the community, with all the health challenges that our communities are facing, we're more likely to be in a position to need somebody to come and donate a kidney or have a deceased kidney donation. So, but our communities in the UK, but also it's better in India, which we'll hear later. But in terms of live donations, we need to be trying to get more live donations as well as deceased donations within our communities. Other work Saha are really championing is around cancer and early diagnosis of cancer screening. Again, we know from our own communities that people are presenting very late for cancer screenings and not taking up those screenings. So sadly, they get diagnosed with end-stage kidney failure, cancer screening, and that from breast cancer to cervical to ovarian, prostate, and there are a number of cancers we're trying to work on with both women and men. And then more recently, we're kind of having to look at the challenges of mental health and well-being, particularly as we go through all these conditions. Very little support, and within the UK, getting people to get their mental health support is kind of challenging because of big waiting lists. So again, we've had to try and be innovative and find partners in India to who can provide that support. So again, we've got to think outside the box, and we have to look at working within what's needed for our communities. And it's great to be on a platform like Healing Our Earth, because this is enable us to grow and even grow our networks, but also we're becoming a family now because we have got lots of experts who are always willing to go above and beyond to contribute and help our communities. So really, that's what. And the reason why I got involved with the Rotary Club is because they're a movement, international, global wide. Every country, every city has Rotary clubs. In India, it's phenomenal. There's so many in India anyway, but in the UK as well. So when we set up the global club 2 years ago, the idea was that Rotary has managed to eradicate polio as one of their flagship projects over the last 25 years. We want to look at how Rotary can help us cascade organ donation. And again, it's great to see a number of Rotary clubs for organ donation being set up across India. And obviously now I'm past president of the global club, but now I'm trying to, we're setting up our own charter club here in the UK. And again, England, Scotland, Wales, Ireland is our kind of mission, but our club mission is kind of across all clubs is about no one should die while waiting for an organ. So that's what our mission is.
That's lovely. In fact, a very good initiative. Kirit, we have Dr. Anjali with us, who is our resident panelist as well as a regular contributor. She is a physiotherapist as well as a clinician herself. A global namaste to you from India. This is one of the very vibrant topics. And so when you talk about kidney and World Kidney Day, what is your message for people, Dr. Anjali, before we move to Cameroon? Over to you.
Lok namaste to all at the episode director, Dr. Nishit, Anil Kumarji, Amritaji, Kiratji. I think kidneys are your prime driver for the waste disposal of the body, right? You consume food and you need to dispose of your waste products, removal of the waste, detox of the body. So kidney is just like a sieve, like just like you strain your tea and coffee, right? That's how it filters out all the bad toxins of your body. So my message as a physical therapist would be, please exercise in moderation, not to the extent that we go into rhabdomyolysis, which I'm seeing a lot in my patients who hit the gym and they go into, destruction of this protein in the muscle, which is called the myoglobin. So look after your health, look after your kidneys, because kidneys are the main organ which will detox everything out of your body, out of your system. So eat well, but too much intake of high protein shakes and protein diets, which we, talked about a lot these days, at each endeavor is to talk about protein intake and too much exercises. So all has to be done with moderation in mind. All has to be done in the mind that if you have a kidney disease, look after your electrolyte profile, how much water you're drinking. So the thing is, oh, let's drink water, but water needs sodium, needs potassium. So electrolyte balance is so important for a kidney disease. And also the important thing is to look after your sugar profile. Many of the people who are diabetic end up with end-stage kidney disease without even knowing that they have it, because they come to the clinician at the last time. So always think, prevent, preserve, and protect your kidneys right from the beginning. I think that's very, very important. And also look after what kind of supplements being taken by everybody. Now there's too much of importance being given to everybody having too much of supplements. Okay, they're having supplement A, B, C, D. All of them have metabolites, which will all end up in the kidney, and kidney ends up filtering everything out, right? And also kidney is an organ which behaves when you're sad. So they have these adrenal glands right above the kidneys. So you're stressed out. If you are too much into hard work or, mental stress, lack of sleep, all of them will affect the kidneys. So I think over and all, please look after your kidneys. God has gifted us the organ, very beautiful organ, look after it. I think, and we have a lot of experts here today. We'll learn a lot from them today. Thank you so much, Amrita.
Thank you, Dr. Anjali. That was a perfect blend of everything, and we have a crispy start for that. Um, uh, Professor Ya, please, can you make your camera landscape? And then we have, just turn your camera into a landscape mode. Just turn your screen. Yeah. Yes, try. Once, try. Try. Yes,
That's it.
perfect. Kindly unmute yourself.
I forgot to mention, this week has also been Living Kidney Awareness Week in the UK. So,
okay.
And so that's been a double.
And it's been a week of Holi as well. So we wish all our viewers happy Holi on behalf of all the family. I hope you all have enjoyed the festival itself is to bring colors of happiness in your life, and that's why we bring to you every week some colors of happiness with some tinges and blends from here and there to add up your life and spice it up. Global Namaste, Professor Yam.
Yeah, is that okay now?
Yes, it's perfect.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Over
I'm
to
still
you,
adjusting.
Kirit Bhai, over to you.
So
Thank you.
yes, global namaste to Professor Ya. Ya, she'll explain her meaning, but this is our queen. I've met this queen only 2 weeks ago in an event here in the UK, and I was
Okay.
amazed. I was amazed by her story and amazed by this wonderful woman. So she's going to tell us more. But global namaste to you, Professor. Thank you for joining us, and really tell our viewers, because we're a global platform screening across the world. And obviously you're from originally from Cameroon. So again, we've got connections in Cameroon that we will connect you with, because I know one of the key messages you want to portray is back out into Africa as well. So over to you, and thank you for joining us and taking time.
Oh, thank you so much. When I was here, I saw everybody always do this. So I'm doing this as well when I'm speaking. Yes, I just noticed because I like to learn a lot from what people do in the group. So I do this as well just to follow. I hope I'm not breaking the rules or anything. But it's such an honor to be here. Like I call him Kay. We only met last 2 weeks, but I want to thank you for this connection. And I would also like to say to everybody, it's an amazing journey for me. And being here is just one of those things they say when God's time is right for you, you meet the right people. So I'm from Cameroon. And like he was saying, Professor Ya, the Ya is YAA, double A, and is in So, a tribe called So in the northwest region of Cameroon, a place called Kumbu. And the whole of that land, their king made me queen to represent all the people in Europe from that part of the world. And there are loads of us across Europe. So it's a huge responsibility. And professor as well is not in medical, doctor or anything or any field, but it's because I've done a lot of humanitarian work, set up libraries in Africa and done a lot that a university in the US gave me what they call a professor in humanitarian work. My background, I'm a professional musician. I'm a motivational speaker, obviously. And I have a teaching background. I was a teacher back home. And I am an author. And who am I? I can tell you more later, but I'm excited about my kidney journey. There's obviously a lot of things that I've done in my life, some that are very, very remarkable and I'm proud of, but some that I always apologize for my mistakes. So, coming from Africa, from Cameroon, precisely from this little village called Kiyan, I would rather maybe go straight to the UK, I mean, to my kidney journey in the UK, because that's a victory story where things happen that have made me here and I'm alive today. Because I like to quote, if I was not in the UK today, I'll be dead. It's because of Britain and NHS that I'm alive. And back from my country, as if time permits, I'll go back to talk more. Summarily, I'm born in a family of 10. 6 died. We are 4 of us, but my brothers and sisters, 4 of us, I've got 2 sisters and 1 brother, and they've all lost children. So I'm the one that has not lost a kid. I have 3 children. But we had to deal with a situation called polycystic kidney disease, PKD. And since it's a genetic kidney condition, nobody knew about it. So coming from that part of the world where nobody goes to hospital, my mom was very, very poor. And we didn't do hospitals. They'll probably cut some leaves and do what they can when you're sick, or maybe but it wasn't like my type of people was not like, let's go to hospital because you pay bills in hospital and we didn't have. So coming from that background, when I'll come back, if time permit, like I said, to talk about this, it means I'm coming from where, as my siblings were dying, I've experienced abuse. When I talk of abuse, it's not like a slap or what, but I'm talking about sexual abuse. An abuse person with my sister by the same person. My mom, because her children kept dying, they call her a witch. Because in my part of the world, if your children die and keep dying, they think you are giving them to witches. And that was my mother's situation, sadly, although she died when I was 19. So when I have time, I always like to also talk about her situation, which is remarkable and significant to a woman in the world today, because suffering innocently as a witch person simply because she had a genetic condition like the PKD, and losing her children, but having been abused, a witch, or accused of being a witch woman, her husband abandoning her. So it's a whole lot of a story. But the highlight of it is that somebody, a gentleman, could walk in our house and tell us that if I don't do this to you, you will die. That's why people are dying. I was between 10 and 11 years old, popped me on a plantain leaves and did what he did and left me in a pool of blood. So when we have time, we can go back to that. But I'm passionate about telling you about how I struggled to get my education. When my mother bought me a gardening tool when I finished primary school, and I'm the only one, I'm the last because my junior sister died. So my mother gave me a gardening tool and I said, no, I won't. And I've fought for myself. I've spoken to people like I'm talking to you. And I said, please help me. Please help me. And that's how I get my education through people of goodwill. But now, coming to the UK, I didn't come to the UK because obviously my mother, because people who come from Africa, maybe they have a job, a scholarship or anything. I wasn't that good because I wasn't that type of person. So it's because somebody got married to me that was living in Britain. Somebody that came here to study and wanted to get married to me, my husband, who is my everything today. So when I got to the UK, formerly back home, I used to be sick. I used to sometimes I used to go like get tummy ache, signs like urine infection, but I didn't know it was urine infection, and I went through that stage. My feet were always swollen, so they used to. At some point, a doctor told me I had an elephantiasis when I had gone through secondary school, and the people who are helping me could take me to hospital and so on. But when I got to the UK, then this is 2002. After my wedding, I went to Southampton General Hospital. That's where we live at the time. At the moment, we are in Warsaw, in the West Midlands, obviously. But we were in Southampton for our first 6 years in the UK, 6, 7 years. So I was pregnant with my first son when I went to normal routine check, beautiful Britain, we do scans and things like that. My country don't. So they did that, and the doctor called me and said, Mrs. Gamsha, you need to come with your husband. I said, okay, fine. So we went to get the result of scan, and they said, as you know already about your kidney condition, we are worried about your unborn child. So I was like, what are you talking about? And that was when I discovered that we had PKD in the family. And through those scans in the UK, thank you, Britain, I discovered that we had sickle cell trait in the family. I know of asthma, but I didn't know these two. So they explained to me, then I was so shocked and I break down into tears. Then I started telling the doctors, if you were there, my mom would have died. My dad would have died. My brothers and sisters. But yeah, it was hard for me. But at the same time, I was happy that I'm in Britain because he told me that time, they said, if you, it's not a problem. I was in my late 20s, getting to early 30s. They said, well, you will be okay with PKD. And when you get to a point where you are like reaching 40, you might develop blood pressure and things will start to show about your PKD. So I was calm and I told you, I looked at 40 years and it was too far. So I went on with my life. I'm somebody who engaged in community work, leadership. So I just went on like normal and gave birth to 3 children. And then the moment I was 39, getting to 40, bang, my blood pressure started. And with that, they started following me up very closely. It was not like Cameroon, where I would try to go to hospital and think how I will pay bills, or maybe sometimes when you pay hospital bills, you have to bribe the doctor again, give something from the back. So it's not a straightforward system like in Britain. So they followed me very closely, and 2007, my husband made a big step to move to the Midlands. Life was very expensive in Southampton. And I said, yeah, let's go. So we took our 3 children, came, they transferred me from Southampton General Hospital to New Cross Hospital, the Manor Hospital in Warsaw. They were seeing me, they were following up. And then they said, well, it does look like they will go, but we can manage the blood pressure. So they put me on blood pressure tablet. I was well looked after. And then 2015, I took my children and my husband. We went to Cameroon, had a fantastic time. As I always do project. If I'm not doing women football tournaments, I'm doing women empowerment, or I'm doing mental health. So I was doing all these things. And I was quite busy at the time we visited. I was not keen on drinking water or anything. I was just eating home food. And when we were coming back from Cameroon, I felt really terrible. I was feeling weak. I was feeling exhausted. And I could tell something was not right with me. So I told my husband, I'm not feeling well. But we had to pass through Turkey. We came through Turkey, a Turkish airline, and we had to sleep over. It was one of the transit where we sleep at the hotel. But the night in the hotel in Turkey, I felt like I was dying. So I told my husband, it's not right. But we did what we could, flew to the UK. I got here went straight to Manor Hospital. And that's when they told me my kidney function had dropped drastically. Now, what do? They did what they could. I'm not medically trained, and I was back again. But at the time, they told me my kidney function was about between 13 and 15, and that is going. So even though I knew it was going at that time, I was keen, I'm enthusiastic. I want to make a difference. I want to help myself, my family, and the poor people, because I was poor as well. So I was busy, but went on drinking water, as they said, and living healthy, like they said, cut down my salt and so on. In 2023, before then they moved me to New Cross because the specialists are in New Cross, that was for chronic kidney disease. So the follow-up was there. And that year, 2023, my lovely consultant said, I'm sorry, it looks like your kidneys, they're really gone. We're going to start dialysis. So at the dialysis stage, I became so brave. I'm somebody who is so scared of needles. And even though I started a mental health degree and left, but I didn't complete it. I think I was there like 5 months to graduate, and I quitted because I thought this is still not what I want to do. But because at the time I have a degree in IT from the University of Wolverhampton, so I wanted to top up the mental health. Since I was doing mental health in Africa, every year I used to go and gather them from the streets and cuddle them and do also. But back in New Cross then, when they told me about the dialysis, I was so scared. The first day I went to the dialysis center, I just stood there. But again, these 2 nurses, I always call their names because they're amazing ladies. Becky and Jo were very, very, very nice. They would just take you like, oh, it's okay. And it became like my family. So I opted for the fistula, the one on the arm. And they did my fistula. It was beautiful. Then I started training. I was training to dialyze from home. Then I gained some empowerment. I became so positive, and because I was looking at my kidneys have failed, but I am in Britain. Somebody's kidneys have failed in Cameroon and they are going to die. At the time, my family looked at me. Everybody was thinking, because in Cameroon, once you say you got kidney failure, they know it's a death sentence. Because no matter the dialysis or whatever, you cannot compare with Britain. So that gave me the energy to say, okay, fine, at least I'm here. The worst case scenario, I'm going to be on dialysis. I will keep trying this option for me because the UK have that. Then they put me on the transplant list at that time as well. So alongside the training to dialyze from home, I did beautifully well. I don't know, maybe God did it for me because within I think it was 1.5 months or something, I knew already how to put them massive giant needles on my arm. And I came home, they installed everything in my home. So we changed the house and I was dialyzing from home. Then, sometime around August in 2023, um, I had a narrowing in the fistula. And what they explained to me, a narrowing means they want to go and do something like they put a balloon to open up to make it better. So it was a day operation. I go to the rapid intervention center and they do it in the morning and I go home in the afternoon. So I went for that operation and things went wrong for me. And that was one of the worst times for me. I went there and in the process of this operation, the doctor just finished. They finished because they didn't put me to sleep. So when they finished, the doctor came and said, something is happening, you cannot understand. But they are going to take me to AMU. So my husband came on and they took me to AMU. But at AMU, they were struggling to take blood, but they won't. And then they explained to me that when they take blood from me, by the time they reach the laboratory, it's clotted. So the blood was clotting. And the doctors were trying their best to conclude. My consultant came to see me. It was so quick, but I can't explain. And through my journey in the NHS, I have thanked NHS. I've sung about NHS. I continue to sing. People, from what I've learned in the Britain, because they've not been to Cameroon where I come from. People go, oh, NHS is rubbish, it's done this. It really kills me. So I believe that human beings, as so long as we're human, we're bound to make mistakes. So I didn't concentrate on whatever happened or what I didn't ask any question, but I was like, okay, fine. This situation has presented itself and I'm in the right place and they will look after me. And they did. They were doing their best. But talking about not just saying, oh, this is wrong, let me go sue NHS and this. Because at that AMU, when everything was like that, then it came to night time and my husband had gone. I was just in my bed and one of the nurses came to me and I said, but he said, oh, we are moving you to renal ward. Then I asked, I said, I know they were trying to do this blood test to sort out what happened, what is going on. And she turned to me and she said, nobody know what to do with you because all your blood is clotting. So no, there's nothing they can do. And that was like a bang for me. But still, my positivity is something that, like I said, I won't pay attention. See, today, I don't remember what she looks like. I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to know her name, but I know that it was her way of giving food. So I took it that way, but cut it short. They took me, they pushed me on a bed. But along the corridor to that ward, I'm playing back and thinking, so what? So I went there. At the time, my arm, I think when you're on the screen, it's showing left, right, but this is my left arm where I was dialyzing. This arm was big. It was huge. It was like the size of my hip, maybe 2 times. It was really big. So they used to just carry it and put on one side. But when they took me there through the night, I'm a Christian. I don't preach. I'm not a preacher, and I don't force people to believe in God because everybody have a right to their opinion. But the one I believe in, I spoke to him. So I was lying there from 1 p.m., 1 in the night, 1 a.m. And I didn't know what I was doing. I was just there. And by 3 a.m., something came to me. Victorine, you haven't prayed. And I started praying. And I've never prayed in my life. I wanted to say, when I go back to Cameroon, I spent 11 years in the nunnery. I was a nun for 11 years. And I know nuns pray, but I did not even pray the prayers I prayed that night. I spoke to God. I was connected with God. And I relied on my words. The reason I'm sharing this with us is because sometimes people give up when they get a diagnosis or when something is happening and we just go, yeah, I'm dying. They told me the blood is clotted. But when I got up at that 3 a.m., I said, Father, I have refused to die. My mother left me when I was 19. My daughter is 17, going to 18. I will not do this to her. And I was very consistent with my word, very clear, but in a prayer form. And I said, God, I have not, there's still something that I'm about to do in this life, but please, I have said no. I'm not dying. But Father, have pity on me. So I spoke from 3 to about 5 o'clock, non-stop. I was sweating and I was very, very firm with my word. And then I called on my mother and I said, Mama, when you died, I was very young. I promised you I would change our life from our poor life to a better life. Mama, I don't want to die and I'm not dying. Then I asked forgiveness. Anyway, after that prayer, I slept like peaceful, like some very comfortable sleep for about 30 minutes. Then I woke up after 30 minutes. I phoned my husband and he was sobbing in the house. I said, you better stop crying. Go on your knees and pray. But anyway, all of this took place at night. And in the morning by 8 a.m., I had a call from my amazing dialysis nurses who said to me, Vicky, we've been worried. Everybody's worried because I have been loved by every consultant, doctor, nurse, porter, cleaner, everyone in NHS have been there. Like, have we done this for Vicky? I don't know why. They treat me like a princess. So, and I respect and thank God for them. So she said, we have been worried, but we are giving you a 20% chance. So I told her, Becky, I'm ready for the 20%. And she said, we are taking you back to the theater. We got a very experienced doctor. I used to know his name. And they took me to the theater and he sorted this out within 5 minutes, like preparation of the surgery and everything, and just went and everything was done. I had more balloons and that episode was over. Thank goodness. Now, another challenge I had with my kidney failure before I arrived at the transplant, which was beautiful, was in 2000 and that year, isn't it? That is the same 2023. It was my 50th birthday in December that year before we had this issue with the fistula. I had a call from Queen Elizabeth Hospital. I was like a week to my birthday, and they said they've got a kidney for me. It was exciting news. My husband and my children will travel to hospital. Well, I traveled with my husband. They prepared me for transplant, put the fistula, everything. They were just waiting for that beautiful kidney. And behold, when the kidney got there, they found a cancerous lump in the kidney. That was another time, but I wasn't broken. The doctors giving that news, professionals, when they come, you can see when they're also disappointed. And it was really hard. My husband was crying. But I turned to them and I said, there was a thing, whatever, cancerous lump in the kidney because it's not mine. And my kidney is coming. I stayed positive. They were surprised. They said they've never seen a positive. I said, yeah, because for me, from Cameroon, from a poor, rejected, marginalized, abused daughter of an accused witch woman, to here, I know that there's a kidney that will come. So they discharged us. We came back home. That was then. So my dialysis went on for 6 months at home. People cried for me, and I was brave. I forgot to say that I'm also a content creator. I'm social media person, so I do social media influencer. I do a lot. I have a massive following on social media. So with my music and my public speaking, I do a lot of speeches that go all over. So I used to go on that platform during dialysis Because I knew that from my country, people don't even know. They know dialysis in my country. If you go for dialysis, first, where I live, I'll travel on very bad roads. To get there, I have to pay like £100, 100,000 Cameroon CFA. Will be maybe something more than £100, like £145 per dialysis. I wouldn't have afforded that money. And it is still the case at the moment. Reason, and in the whole country, there are very, very limited dialysis machines. So sometimes it comes because the hierarchy in my country is very important. If you're a daughter of senior people in community, they will treat your son off. So there is still that a lot. So I was imagining that I'm having dialysis here without having to struggle with that. And this gave me so much positivity. So I used to go on Facebook to encourage those people. And I used to say, oh, to people in the world to share. I used to say, here's a lady without kidney. And I used to play my music. I have 20 albums, so it's a lot of music. And I've composed it myself. So I used to use that music in the background. And my music comes from my motivational speaking. So when I put my music and it's playing, then I'll say, okay, guys, I know the message is there because I sing in different languages. Then I will say to people, oh, watch, look, this is how that, and I will take the process, I'll show my mission. So it was a popular program. And I used to have sometimes 47 to 53K people watching. And for me, I was so brave, and I don't know how I did it, but I was happy. So after I lost one kidney in 2023, 24, during the month of November, I had a call. And some people who've been following me on social media, like I said, I've done a lot of humanitarian, they said, oh, we have access and we are offering you a doctorate in humanitarian work. I was not very excited because I thought my kidneys are not right. How will I go to America to take doctorate? So I said, well, thank you anyway. This was few days before I got that, when I got this message that they want to offer me a doctorate in humanitarian work. Then I said, okay, fine. Anyway, I'm not very well. We can talk later, blah, blah. But about 3 days after, I like telling this side of the story. I went to one of the shops to buy an ironing board. I bought an ironing board, came out. I like everything that is bling, nice and bright. So I like that shop. So I walked around. I used to be a place where I used to comfort myself when I'm stressed up. Even now I still do. I just go there and look at things and I'm happy. So I came out with my ironing board. I was still carrying it when I got to my car and I had my phone ringing in my pocket. So I just put it down and picked, and it was New Cross. It was Queen Elizabeth Hospital. And that's when they told me that they've had a kidney for me. I was happy. You can imagine that. But they said, come now. You need to come immediately. I said, course. I go in the car and I drove like I was crazy. I was saying, God, thank you. Jesus, thank you. Can you hear me? I was happy and my family was happy. But anyway, we drove straight to Queen Elizabeth Hospital and I had the most pampered, beautiful, oh my God, I don't know how to describe it. Kidney transplant to me is beautiful. All the attention, them consultants, professors, everybody, and the doctors, nurses, oh, this stage is this, they notify you. So I enjoyed that process. Although at the same time they were saying some kidneys will come, they always give you the pros and cons. Some will come and they will know what, but I don't know why I felt like it's my kidney. And I was happy. I wasn't scared. And my husband was sat there and was saying, yes, we've got it this time. And truly, I had a transplant. And since I had that transplant, my life was given back to me and I'm here today. My GFR is steady. My everything is steady. I picked up diabetes from the steroid. And one funny thing though, when they told me about the transplant, that what will happen after, they said, we're watching the urine output. So I had that catheter. And you know what? I felt it like that. Doctors were like, you're such a miracle woman. It was clean, pure. And I was like in a 5-star hotel. They put me in one room like that. And upstairs in that place, beautiful, like and sweet. But anyway, after that, I was not in hospital for long. I was in hospital for about 4 or 5 days. And what was remarkable, you see, the way my skin looked, someday I will share on our platforms what I look like. I was dark, my skin. And immediately after transplant, it made headlines all over because it was like they washed me. I just became so bright and okay. But um, people who've been watching me, some have cried for me, some have been praying for me, some have spoken to whatever God they believe in, some have whatever. It was a whole lot of a celebration in the world. But after my transplant, I picked up diabetes type 2 from the steroids. I started fighting diabetes. I am still fighting diabetes. But the good news is, from the medical side of things, I have my diabetic doctor and of course the renal side of things. My what they call I get it wrong all the time. B something. Your blood where they measure the diabetes. IB something one.
HB1C. HB1C.
HB1C, that's the one. Yes. I always get it wrong. Thank you, Kay. Mine was 70 at transplant, but as of last 2 weeks or last month, when I went for my appointment, it's dropped down to 44. And my doctors told me is the normal one is from 48 down. So it's a bit of good news for me. And I also have helped people to share with them how I did it. Like I created my own diet, probably just lettuce is filling with a slice of chicken or a
Professor,
slice of this or whatever.
we're going to ask you to do the diabetes one in June because it's diabetes week. So I really want to ensure we get you back on that. But just in terms of, thank you for sharing your journey. It's been remarkable. Also the ups and downs and obviously where you came from and the challenges. But, what's the key message that you'd like to give to our listeners around the world who are going through, obviously some may be going through PKD, some are going through waiting for that vital call to come, that they have a kidney. What is because you're a motivational speaker, so I'd like to ask you to give some positive messages to people because you've done it, you've gone through it yourself. So thank you for sharing that remarkable journey. And as I said, it was sad, but it's also gave you the opportunity to grow and learn and move forward as well.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Kay. I said this in all my messages, even on my social media. People give up so quickly. This is me. Today, people, when they said kidney failure, even though the people around me surrounding me thinking that is serious or she's going to die, I refuse to die. If you are going through a diagnosis today, or if something is bothering you, just say no. There is power in this word when you say it with conviction. Refuse to die. I did. Yesterday I was in Stock-on-Trent in Newcastle side, and somebody said to me, "You are the lady who refused to die. You're a fighter. Let people call you fighter." Because most of the times when these things happen to us, we kill ourselves. We get very demotivated. We sit back. A friend in the United States called me. She phoned me recently and said, "You're very stupid, Professor Gamsha." And I said, "No, what have I done now?" He said, "When I saw you doing live video dialyzing on a Facebook live, I thought you very, very stupid because what is social media? We have devil, we have good people. Who is in social media when you go out there on live video? Over 13K people watching or 747. You don't know who is there." And he said, "You actually put your diagnosis out there and you were doing dialysis publicly, not even scared. And that's when they said the devil got you." But I said, when devil got me, God got me. Because as devil was fighting me, there were very positive people praying for me that I will never know today. Or that just said, it's not only prayer, said, "God, look after that woman," or some good wishes for me. So what I'm going to say to the world today, those who happen to be here and all of you here today, I'm going to say, please believe in yourself. Don't give up. And life is going to, at one point, present it really hard on us. It could be marriage, it could be job, it could be children acting strange, it could be you getting in an accident, it could be anything, not only sickness. And sometimes life is going to present it hard to you, like when you come from humble beginnings like me, and then you are trying to make a way, you're going to have it. The way life can present it, that you just get some haters from anywhere, and they're going to make life hard for you. Have you ever been in a celebration where you say hello to somebody and they go, and then you go, or you spend the time avoiding and say, oh, that one, I don't know what happened, it doesn't like me. No. When they say, you say, hello, how are you? Just get closer and give them a good smile. And if they don't smile back, go, move on. Be happy, be peaceful, be contented. Look at yourself in the mirror each day and say, I made it to today. We slept last night and we got up. And no matter what we have in us, no matter how hard it is, we can make it. The enemy within is what kills us. If there's no enemy within, the enemy without will do you no harm. And I'm looking back in my life at moments when I've also been fought, and you have the same. So think about at work, everywhere, even your neighbors. I had a neighbor who did not talk to me for how many years? I didn't know what I've done wrong. And during COVID, I came out and I said, I don't know. Did I do anything wrong to you? Because you don't really talk to me. And he said, I can't stand your cars, people visiting you with big cars, and or you doing barbecues and things like that. And I said, come here. Please forgive me. I haven't done. And he looked at me and said, are you real? I said, I am. Because everybody has difficulties, and we cuddled. And from that time, we are the best of friends today. So sometimes we run from something when we can change it with a positive approach.
Thank you, Professor. I'm just going to bring Amrita Ji and obviously Dr. Anjali.
Oh, sorry, Kay. Can I just finish with this? Because if I leave this, you kill me. Sorry, just last one. The last thing I wanted to say is, when life presents it really bad, really harsh on you, pick it up, mold it nicely, decorate it, fix it, and present it back to life. That's what I've done. Because I talk positive. I don't hate anybody. I don't even think of who buried my mother alive, tried to bury her. I don't think of who called my mother a witch. That's why I go to the same village and I do a lot of charities. Anybody that is presenting hate to you, give them love. And God will bless you.
Thank you very much. Such powerful messages. So I'm going to bring my two colleagues in just to kind of what you heard, and obviously, you know, it was amazing, but obviously your thoughts on Professor's journey, really, and what can we take and share to the global world, really.
Remarkable, Professor. Yeah, in fact, kudos to you. I would say the real facet inside you is about living life. And I think this is very important. And when, as a health professional, we see patients, they have conquered so many things. I'm using the word conquering, you know, conquering life. That's very important to come out of the death. And that just comes when that life force is within you. And that will come with being optimistic, being happy, and loving yourself. And that's what you have done. And I think your parents have been great enough to give you this asset, which is intangible, I would say. And just because of that intangible asset, you are what you are today. So it's not a story. I would not use the word story. It's your life's lesson that you share with everyone. And that experience will be a lesson for so many people, for not only the patients, but also the caretakers, you know, because caretakers are utmost important. I being a caretaker of someone very near to me with these things, and I realized personally, being a health professional, how important it is for a caretaker and the family to support them, to stand with them in every ifs and buts, and to make them live and come out of it, actually. So hats off to you. God bless you.
Thank you
Amazing.
so much.
Dr.
Dr.
Anjali.
Anjali.
Oh, Professor, yeah, we're in awe of you. I'm just so touched by your story. It's not a story, it's a lesson indeed, and something to look forward to by each and every individual who's giving up on life. You're the hope, you're the light, and you just have raised the bar for us to keep hoping, keep living our life no matter what. And as Amrita's beautifully said it, you are just putting that edge for us, and you have told us how to live our life without even thinking. There are falls. We always fall down in life. We need to learn to get up, and we need to move on. We need to move on. Each step there is some kind of a hurdle, and we need to keep moving on. You have just tremendously, just the hero
Thank you.
for us. Thank you so
Thank you
much.
so Thank you. Thank you.
Professor, stay with us, because obviously you're going to hear lots more, and you're kind of, you've set the kind of standard to kind of help this episode kind of, and this program today, looking at kidney awareness, and it's World Kidney Awareness, and you've kind of been our first presenter, and it's amazing to have you. So thank you, and over to Dr. Amrita.
Thank you. Thank you, Kirit. It's time to welcome Dr. Sundar, who is a program director at Asta Institute of Renal Transplantation. And with the help of Rotary Club and SAHA, he has been working tremendously with decades of experience and commitment to excellence and an unwavering focus on his innovation. Dr. Sundar has redefined the benchmarks of renal care and surgery. His profound understanding of these conditions is coupled with pioneering the approach to minimally invasive surgical techniques and has earned him accolades from peers as well as patients like that. And so it's time to welcome Kirit, Dr. Sundar, to share with us his experiences as well as his proficient advice for all of us that comes up from his board, actually. Being a health professional as well as a director of a renal transplantation institute, I can understand that. I think the kidney donation and transplantation. So as important is a kidney donor and a recipient, same is the process of transplantation. And it is also an utmost lead of the whole story, where the patient and the recipient has to be dependent on the proficient people like them. And because of that, renal transplantation in few years have also made a lot of new works where people with new technology as well as innovative techniques have made it very easy, accessible, as well as more handy for people to do all that stuff. So yeah, over to you, Kirit Mistry. Thank you.
So again, Gobam Namaste to Dr. Sundar. Thank you for joining us today. It's great to follow you, and obviously you're part of the Global Rotary Club as well, and also the amazing work you've been doing in pioneering work, I should say, in India. So we're really privileged to have you here with us today to share your kind of expertise, but also give our viewers from Healing Our Earth your expertise and looking at what we can take from your talk. So over to you. You should be able to share your screen now, so you can see your front. Yeah.
At the outset, Kirit and Amrita and others, it's a great honor to be part of this global audience. Can you see my slide? Is it possible to see something?
Yes, we can see your slide.
Oh,
we can see your slide, yeah.
But no. At the outset, I think I must. It's very difficult to follow talking after somebody like Professor Ya, who is a professional speaker. So it's like going after one of the best students in the exam. You invariably fail, however good you are. So I will do my best to keep you informed. At the outset, I must tell you, I am not a surgeon. I'm a transplant nephrologist. I don't know even to shave. That's why I've got a beard. So I don't operate. But transplant cannot go on without my sort of involvement. So I'm like a conductor of an orchestra. A lot of people ask what is the role of a nephrologist in transplant. We are like the conductor of the orchestra. We conduct the orchestra with all the surgeons and other colleagues. Now, the topic today is about kidneys, and it's World Kidney Day. So I would, somebody wishes us Holi also. It's an important festival, and you must understand kidneys are amazing organs. God has given us two kidneys. Many of you may not know that 1 in 1,000 is born with one kidney. So if you screen 1,000 people, one would have only one kidney. That's how the concept of organ donation came in. When we realized that you could live with one kidney. So the question commonly asked is, why has God given us two kidneys? If there must be some reason, isn't it? God is not a fool. So my answer over the last 40 years I've been in the field, I've been involved in more than 3,000 transplants. I can tell you God has given two kidneys. One is for you, one is for donating to your loved one. That is my theory. I think that's why God has given that. So you have happy kidneys. So what are the functions of the kidney? This quotation is by Homer Smith, a physiologist. He's also probably the first renal physiologist. He's made this quote when I was a medical student. I joined medical college in 1971. That is 54 years ago. I don't know how many of you were born at the time. And when I read this quote by my professor of physiology, kidneys not only make urine, but they also make the stuff of philosophy. So when I read this, I knew that kidneys make urine. So I thought this Homer Smith must be a fool. And my professor who was taught this must be a greater fool. But 10 years down the line, I joined an institution called the Christian Medical College in India. The Christian Medical College, well over where I'm trained from, is a pioneering institution in the whole country. The first heart surgery was done in India there. The first dialysis was done in 1962 in India, much before even European countries, in the Christian Medical College. The first transplant, 1971. So when I joined in 1982, the Christian Medical College, and I was very new to this field of nephrology. Many people didn't even know what are kidneys or kidney disease. Even doctors didn't know. In fact, we are in Tamil Nadu, where I was, the Christian Medical College placed. A lot of people thought the men only have kidneys. They thought the penis and scrotum is kidney. So invariably, we would get swelling of the scrotum or hydrocele as kidney swelling. That was the knowledge. So when I joined there, the first day, I had a young man, 25-year-old man. This is a real story. He came in unconscious state, and I was on call, and I found out that he has got advanced kidney failure. That was unconscious. But he was surrounded by hundreds of relatives, and they were mobbing me. I didn't know what to do. So I called my guru, my teacher, Professor Meshak Kribakaran. He's a good teacher and a great man. He told me, you got 100 people surrounded. Just go and tell them that you need one bottle of blood immediately. That's what you're going to do. So I went and told that this fellow has got kidney failure, he's got anemia. I need 1 unit of blood urgently. One of you would donate. Out of 190 disappeared. Only 10 were left. So, course of weeks, we realized this boy needs kidney transplant. His brother was the same blood group. The brother was willing. But the brother's wife said, no, I can't allow my husband to donate. The sister was willing. The sister husband also said, no, my wife will not donate. The father came in. The father told me, doctor, give me 2 days time. I'm a hardworking laborer. I work hard. I need to think before giving kidney. Then when I approached the mother, what the mother told me, it still haunts my mind. And as Professor Yao was saying about mother and mother's affection, the mother told me, doctor, take both my kidneys. I want my son to live. So that is the time I learned that kidneys not only make urine, but they also make the stuff of philosophy. I learned philosophy of life, philosophy of medicine at that point of time. Now, look at kidneys. What is the function of the kidney? Kidneys are twin organs. You got a 1 in 1,000 has got one kidney. Basically, the function of kidney is to purify blood. So whatever toxins are there, the kidney purifies. It's a filter. But apart from that, there are various other things which the kidney does, which people don't talk. All of you know dialysis, which cleans blood. But the kidneys are an amazing endocrine organ. They secrete hormones, they destroy hormones. There are various functions. They metabolic end products are there. Bone structure is maintained by kidney. A lot of people don't know. The vitamin D acts only because of the kidney. Your blood formation. If you didn't have kidneys, you won't have a substance called erythropoietin and you will get anemia. So anemia in kidney failure is because the kidney is not making this hormone called erythropoietin. Then we have water boilers. But for the kidney, you can't drink more water. That's why people on dialysis, I would tell you, we don't allow more than half a liter of fluids, not water, tea, coffee, beer, whatever it is. Because the kidneys can't have, the kidneys are not there, the water will start accumulating. That's one of the reasons you get facial swelling, swelling of feet in kidney failure. The kidney is responsible for electrolyte balance, sodium, potassium. It is responsible for keeping your acid-base balance. So in short, but for the kidney, you are going to have multiple problems of all organs. So once you have kidney failure, the kidney can cause salt and water retention. So you'll have high blood pressure, you will have that affecting the heart, you'll have fluid all over the body, and the fluid can go into the lung, which is called pulmonary edema or breathing difficulty. And these are all the problems of kidney failure. These are only some of the problems. Now, that's why I have made this slide, which is actually a slide which is many years old. Kidney failure, commonly the term is called uremia, which literally is a Greek term meaning urine in the blood. So when you have uremia, you have all these problems: water balance, acid balance, electrolyte balance, retention of base products, commonly measured by the substance called urea or creatinine. When the kidneys fail, any organ can be affected. A person with advanced kidney failure can go into the neurology department with seizures or unconscious state. They can go to the cardiac department with chest pain. They can go to the lung department with breathing difficulty or coughing blood. They can go to the gastroenterology department vomiting blood. They can have any symptoms. In fact, when we were medical students, we were told that if you know syphilis, you know medicine, because syphilis was a disease which could affect all organs. Now we say, you know kidney failure, you know the whole of medicine. Now, one of the things which can occur in kidney failure is also called pruritus or uremic itching. That is advanced kidney failure. In India, the commonest cause of itching is mosquito bite, not kidney failure. So don't get scared of that. Now, I've given you a photograph of three important figures who had kidney failure. The top figure with the white cap is the former Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, a movie actor. He was a star who had kidney failure. And this is a very interesting story because he had this problem in 1984. And I had joined the Christian Medical College in Tamil Nadu in 1983. And that point of time, to explain kidney failure was difficult because I said many people thought that only the men have kidneys. But when this man had kidney failure, the whole story changed. All we had to say about this man called MG Ramachandran or MGR, famous man, is that you got this disease which MGR has got. MGR, interestingly, was a very powerful politician. The American nephrologist, everybody flew down to India. They took him to US and he had kidney transplant. In fact, he had 2 kidney transplants and he did well. And one thing what he made is awareness of kidney failure. People knew what is kidney failure. Now, how do you diagnose kidney failure? Commonly, I've told you the symptoms, but basically we need what is called the blood test, the urea test, the creatinine test. And when you have kidney failure, there are 2 important types. One is called the acute kidney failure, other is the chronic kidney failure. In India, the commonest cause of acute kidney failure, my teacher would tell me 4 Ds: diarrhea, dehydration. Doctors and drugs which we use can cause kidney failure. Dehydration, which I told you, snakes. In our villages, snake bite can cause acute kidney failure. The important thing to know is acute kidney failure is most of the time reversible and is very rewarding. You have to keep the patient alive on dialysis support and the kidney will recover on its own. And these are the cases where charlatans and quacks advertise. Patient on dialysis for many weeks, kidney failure is reversed, that sort of thing. That we have many patients like that. Acute kidney failure is very rewarding. Now, what are the tests we do to evaluate kidney function? The most important test is serum creatinine. I repeat, serum creatinine. I use the term called kidney number. In India, we use the term kidney number. Like you have blood sugar for diabetes, you have various things. For kidney function analysis, serum creatinine is the marker. Then we have other tests. Ultrasound is a very important part of my examination because the simple ultrasound will tell you whether you've got 2 kidney, big kidney, small kidney, polycystic kidney, like Professor Ya had. If she had done ultrasound in childhood, they would have diagnosed polycystic kidney disease. This is a slide sent to me by my Brazilian colleague where he says, in Brazil, models keep advertising in the metro station saying that creatinine is important marker. Please check your creatinine. In fact, in his car, my nephrology colleague, he said high creatinine is more dangerous than high cholesterol. High cholesterol will not kill you suddenly. So it's very important for a layman to know, please check your kidney function by a serum creatinine test. Now, if you look at the problem, the Indian figures I have, but 10% of the American population, by one study, have chronic kidney disease. Now, this is a very dangerous problem. The problem is this slide, which I've given, is 25 years old. It says 100 new cases of end-stage kidney disease occur per million per year. Now we have revised it. It is now 800 million the last 25 years. The amount of kidney failure we are going to have in India is mind-boggling. No government, nobody can support. So if you look at the number of nephrologists, this was about 25 years ago, we were less than 1,000. Now in India, we have over 2,500 nephrologists in the whole country. The American Society of Nephrology has got 2,500 nephrologists of Indian origin. You can imagine. And America is 1/3 the population of India. So we are really short of doctors. The brilliant doctors go off to other countries. The fools like me stay back. In fact, I got two brilliant sons. One is in Yale University heading the oncology department. The second son is an interventional radiologist in NHS in Scotland. So we, India, we need to keep our doctors also safe. I'm not able to with my own kids. That's a different story. Now, the commonest cause of end-stage kidney disease in India is diabetes. Diabetes. 40 years ago, when I started my transplant program, I didn't even have 2% of patients with diabetes. Now, 50% of my patients on dialysis or transplant are due to diabetic kidney disease. So diabetes is a problem. I myself am a diabetic. I'm on insulin. So how do we prevent? I will come to that later on. Again, it tells you, compares China and India. We are beating China in many things: population and diabetes. We may not meet in technology, we may not meet in other things, but definitely we have overtaken China in our population. We have overtaken diabetes as we are the diabetic capital of the world. In fact, you must understand 30% of all diabetics in some point of time will land into kidney failure. And my friend Shashank Joshi, a renowned diabetologist, tells me that soon every fifth Indian will be a diabetic, every fifth diabetic will be an Indian. It is not a great figure to celebrate, but nevertheless, we must understand that this is a problem. Now, when you talk of kidney disease, elderly people have got one of the symptoms they have is urine infection. Prostate enlargement is a problem in elderly people. But you must understand the common cause elderly also in others is diabetes. I already told you, kidney stones, obesity, high blood pressure, family history. Polycystic kidney disease is a family history. Diabetes runs in families. So these are the problems which can cause end-stage kidney failure. In 12th century, the Italian scientist said hardness in the kidney is either not well cured or cured by no means. But we are different now. So what do we do? What do we do in mild kidney failure? We can treat many of the mild kidney failure with good diet. Basically, when the diet is a good lifestyle. I'm a vegetarian. I promote vegetarianism, but I think a lot of science is there behind being a vegetarian in kidney failure. And the cholesterol is now a lot of controversy. There's good cholesterol, bad cholesterol. A lot of people are saying that cholesterol is not the villain. I personally feel cholesterol is not as dangerous as sugar. Sugar is the new poison in our country. Blood pressure. I think it's very important. Anybody who's got high blood pressure, please get the kidneys checked. I'm having a lot of patients. They've been having headaches for many years. They don't get their blood pressure checked. And if you go into the history, their headache is due to high blood pressure, and then they got kidney failure. And the point is, when you have kidney failure, there is high blood pressure. The high blood pressure damages the kidney. It's a vicious cycle. So you've got to break the cycle. This simple cartoon tells you how high blood pressure causes kidney failure, and that cycle can be broken by good control of blood pressure. Once you have permanent kidney failure, which is called end-stage kidney failure, stage 5 or CKD, where life cannot go on without support, what is called as renal replacement therapy. You're replacing the kidney function by dialysis or transplant. Now, this is a very old slide, 1990. You can see me with a lot of hair. And being in the field of transplant and nephrology, I think I've lost a lot of my hair. I've become bald and old. Nevertheless, technology, if you look at the dialysis in the top figure, the kidneys or dialyzer are huge. It was difficult, but things have changed. Now, There are a lot of machines which you can carry called suitcase kidney, which can go with you. But dialysis per se isn't good. Modern dialysis technology, it is safe, but it is not without problem. There are a lot of issues with dialysis. One is to do dialysis, you need to take the blood out. It has to be 200 ml of blood every minute. You need something called vascular access, and that can cause problems. So dialysis is a lot of issues are there. But the disadvantage of dialysis is the cost. My friend Dr. Venkatesh, my colleague, former student, is doing a great job. He's going to talk next on free dialysis. In India, dialysis is expensive. In my days, 20, 30 years ago, only people who could afford dialysis were ambassadors, mafias, dons, politicians, movie actors, and celebrities. But now things have changed. The common people can afford dialysis. But dialysis, the problem is, it is not one dialysis. A lot of people come and tell me they think it's like an antibiotic course. Sir, if I have 1 month dialysis, my kidneys recover. No, the dialysis keeps the disease and the person alive. It's a double miracle. It's only a bridge towards transplantation. So there's no two things about it. Quality of life on dialysis is not as good as kidney transplant. I'll come to that. Also, if you look, take 100 people on dialysis today, at the end of 10 years, in my country, 90 are dead. With a transplant, at 10 years, my own experience over 40 years will tell you 90 are doing well. So the morbidity, mortality with transplant is something phenomenal. And you can see Professor Yah here, and later on you'll see Shobha Rao, one of my colleagues, who was one of my patients who had transplant, and she actually wrote this book, Race Against Death. You will see this in later. So she not only had kidney failure, she went through 3 cancers. So she give her story. But the most important thing I told you is dialysis you can't miss. This Santa Claus on dialysis on Christmas Eve, and the nurse is telling, I don't care what you do, you got to be on dialysis. Again, nowadays there's something called suitcase kidney, but again, you can't miss dialysis, whatever be it. So transplantation is better than dialysis in our experience. And what we always keep telling is the most important risk factor in end-stage kidney disease is not getting renal transplantation. That's why I use the word magical cure for kidney failure is kidney transplant. That's what Shakespeare said, a man of my kidney in Merry Wives of Windsor. I don't know whether he really meant transplant, but there must be something he knew about kidney which we didn't know. Now, this again is my patient from Nigeria, a pastor. You can see him here. He came to me like this with a lot of fluid in his abdomen, kidney failure, and this is how he looked after transplantation. Then he, for some reason, couldn't get the drugs, medications in Nigeria. He stopped the drugs, he lost the kidney, and he had to go for second transplant. The first, once his sister donated, second time his wife donated, and he's a motivational speaker like Professor Yah, talks on marriage, and he's a pastor. He's a Reverend Moloko Tabuko Morgan, who actually talks about positiveness, being positive in transplant. This again tell you, this again a Nigerian police commissioner who came to me nearly dead. And then within a month of transplant, he got back to work being the Deputy Commissioner of Police in Lagos. Now, this is a young child who had transplanted at the age of 5. So from Malaysia, this child was one of my youngest transplant. The question now again comes, is there age limit? There's no age limit. We have people who had only months old having transplant. We have got people who are 70 years. My oldest was 85 years old. This man was 85, had kidney transplant, and after transplant, he got married. That is the story. Now, people who have transplant can have children. This is one of my transplant patients with a nice, beautiful kid. There's again one more girl from Australia. She had twin children after transplant, Anjana and Sanjana. And this is again an Islamic scholar from Nigeria. He got transplanted. He had 4 wives, and after transplant, produced 8 children. So that is the power of transplant. It can lead to a near normal life with a good kidney transplant. So there are a lot of ethical issues, which I'm not going to detail. The human organ transplant in India was formed in 1994. The concept of brain death came in that time. That's the time we started doing cadaver transplant. That's a different story. I won't go into that. Now, this is another important story. This is a grandfather who donated to a grandson. And at that point, 30 years ago, the law had just come in, and this grandfather was considered unrelated to the grandson, and the government refused to give permission, saying that it is unrelated. We cannot give permission. So I had to go to the court because this grandfather from Bihar, Mishra, he argued the case himself. He said that in my Hindu tradition, when I die, my funeral pyre is taken by my grandson. He lies my son lights the fire, but the pot of fire is taken by my grandson. I don't want it to be reversed. With a court order, I did the transplant. This grandfather was 80 plus. He went on to live for another 15 years doing well. And this boy is more than 30 years in transplant doing well. Now, there is a limited organ shortage. So what do we do? So whether we follow some of the models where we can compensate for buying kidney. This is a very controversial topic. I'm not talking of selling or buying kidney, but you must understand that the organ donor is going through, the live donor especially, through a lot of issues. He's sacrificing one kidney, going through a trauma of surgery for the benefit of somebody else. So in my opinion, organ donor should be treated like hero. That's why I admire Anil Srivatsa, who was a man who started rotary organ donation. In fact, he had transplanted with me only. His brother was my colleague, neurosurgeon. So this concept, the donor should be treated like a hero. Like we have war heroes. They are given medals, they are given free train, they are given free air tickets, they are given tax. So we must honor the hero, remove the disincentive, then only organ donation can go on. Now, this is a very old site, that 1998. Look at these figures of cost of managing end-stage kidney disease in 1998 in USA. We can't even match it now. It will go 10, 20 times the cost. A country like India cannot afford that. We can't afford to manage everybody with dialysis or transplantation. So what is the answer? The answer is the old Ayurvedic saying, swasthasya swasthya rakshitam. Keep the well healthy. How do you keep that? So lessons from Africa, which I learned, this again when I was in Africa many years ago, is salt conservation. The Maasai tribe have very good, no blood pressure is very low because they don't eat much salt. Activity, diet, salt is a villain. In fact, now we are following a new slogan called like Chini Kam, Namak Kam. We've got a group called Low Salters. We are telling the government of India, please reduce the sodium content in all your fried food. That is very important for the health or the future of our children, and that is very important. Now, if you look at the evolution, how it has come, the McDonald's, especially the fast food, how obesity has come. There are different theories to that. I will not go into that. The thrifty gene, all that. But most important is lifestyle changes. What do you do? Salt, yes, smoking. If it is a Marlboro advertisement, which you see in our childhood days, the Marlboro man. I remember in my medical college days, every boy would be smoking to attract the girls, thinking that is the way a Marlboro man. But then we have a slide now. You see a cigarette, the smoking actually causes impotence. So that's how we tell our young men, please don't smoke. It's not good. So stopping smoking, alcohol, no alcohol, painkillers. I think this is very dangerous in India. We have over-the-counter drugs. Painkillers are sold left, right, and center. These painkillers not only kill pain, they also kill the kidneys. So that is very important, avoiding painkillers. Now, just to give you a short run, only a few more slides. Avoid over-the-counter painkillers. Manage your blood pressure, blood sugar, weight. Don't smoke. Keep your kidney function checked. Stay hydrated. Avoid smoking and alcohol, I've already told you. But what Professor Yas said is very true in my experience. Somebody who's positive actually does well. If you keep worrying about your creatinine, your kidney failure worsens further. The Anil Srivatsa, brother Arjun Srivatsa, was 22 years old when his kidney failure was diagnosed, and he went to transplant after 30 years. He never worried about his creatinine. He followed all drugs, all treatment, but he never ever worried about his creatinine. He says that worry should be done by the nephrologist. You're paid the doctor to worry. Please don't worry. Keep worrying, especially after transplant. Go on getting obsessed with the creatinine. Creatinine will keep changing from lab to lab, day to day. Let the doctor worry. So stress. In fact, stress is good in a way. What is bad is distress. So again, some of the warning signs. How do you diagnose kidney damage? Early morning puffiness of face, swelling of feet, passing less urine, passing more urine. A lot of patients come and tell me, sir, I'm passing more urine. That's also a kidney failure. Getting up in the night and passing urine, nocturia passing, painful urination, burning urination, blood in the urine, foamy urine, passing stones, high blood pressure, eye problem in diabetic. Any diabetes patient having a retinopathy will invariably should get the kidney checked. The diabetes will not affect the kidney before affecting the eye. In medicine, there's nothing like never, almost ever, the diabetes will first affect the eye, then the kidney will get affected. So anybody who's got diabetes, get the eye checked. So anemia, all anemias are not iron deficiency. They could be due to kidney failure. I've already mentioned about itching, dry skin, vomiting, convulsion. These are some of the warning signs of kidney damage. Now, as a nephrologist, what do you aim? I aim from this boy who has no urine to this boy who's passing a lot of urine. I call it aim I in life. That should be the aim of a nephrologist on all our patients also. I jokingly tell a patient comes to me, a nephrologist with lots of money, no urine, goes back with a lot of urine and no money. That is my story of my treatment. And I also would like to end this with a quote from the National Kidney Foundation of Singapore, which says, I love you with all my kidney. You can tell your boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, I love you with my heart. You can't donate your heart when you're alive. But when you're alive, you can donate one kidney. So again, I come to the story. God has given you two kidneys for some reason. One is for you, one is for your loved one. Now, with that, I would like to end. And if there are any questions, I will take it. I think I will stop the slide sharing. Thank you. And I hope I will not bore you. Thank you very much.
Dr. Sundar, amazing presentation. You've gone through so many slides in record timing, and it's great. And you've given us a lot of knowledge and information to kind of share. So, Neil, come on. Do we have any questions that we've got lined
Yes.
up from our chat that's been coming through the group?
I would actually now at this time acknowledge that I am blessed to have patients who trust me. A lot of people come and tell me that they are lucky to have a doctor like me or my own colleagues. No, we doctors are lucky that patient trusts us. God has given us that chance. So we should actually, I learned a lot from my patients. As a professor, yeah, I learned so much from her story. Like Shobha Rao. In fact, I went for her 50th birthday. That's what I said. I learned so much from my patients that I have no reason to complain. Every day I go to work smiling because I feel I can do something and God has given me the chance to help. I think that is a blessing which very few people have. And I would place it on record that I thank all my colleagues, my students, juniors, and above all my patients who trust me over the last 40 years, which is a tough journey, it's not an easy journey. But still, at the age of 70, I just celebrated my 70th birthday last week with all my 3 sons and 4 grandkids and daughters and whole family. And this is what I said, that I'm blessed that God has been kind to me. Thank you very much.
Well, from Healing on Earth, a belated happy 70th birthday, and wish you many more. So we need people like you to live as long as you can to help the patients around the world. So thank you.
Thank you, Kirit. So we've got a question from a social media. Thank you, Dr. Shankaran in India. We've got a question from Frederick in Ghana. He's of an African origin. What are your tips to dissolve kidney stones without invasive surgery?
It's a very interesting question. Actually, the kidney stone, the treatment actually comes with the urologist. But I have myself had kidney stones for the last 30 years. I've had 4 interventions. As emergency, I was flown. I was airlifted from Singapore because my problem is my kids are abroad. They're also doctors. But I've made a rule that any problem, I have to come to India because I trust the Indian doctors, my own team, my own family, or my own colleagues who can treat me. So there's no way actually the stone can be dissolved, but you can take precaution to prevent forming more stones. There are a lot of people claiming a lot of things from native medicines, Ayurvedic. Scientifically speaking, when there's a stone blocking something, there is no way we can dissolve it. You can do techniques to remove it by what is called extracorporeal shock waves, but that is not accepted by everybody. For me, myself, they had to intervene. They had to put a tube through my penis, into the urethra, into the bladder, into the ureter, dissolve the stones, smash it and remove it. Then I had to have a catheter for some time. I've had 3 times this sort of procedure. In fact, whenever I go abroad, before going abroad, I go and get my ultrasound done with my colleague because one experience of a kidney stone in Singapore and I had to be air dashed to India. So I don't want that problem. So I always go get my kidney scanned, find out any stone. If I think it's going to obstruct, I'll get it intervened. So in short, there is no medicine which can dissolve an existing stone. That is the reality.
Thank you. Well, there you are, Frederick. You can change your diet, you can try your best, but you do need to go and see your physician who will be a better place to give you the guidance. And it depends on the size of stones that you have got.
You can take drugs like I'm on potassium citrate, a lot of other medicines, to reduce the stone burden or reduce the formation of stones. So that's what we can do. Prevention is there, but already stone is formed. There's nothing much we can do.
So let's have a quick comment from Anjali in Hyderabad and Amrita in Jalandhar before we go to Dr. Venkatesh, who we will pose some more questions to. Anjali, your comment, and then Amrita, and then over to you, Kirit, and we introduce Dr. Venkatesh. Over to all of you. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Sundar. It was an excellent talk, amazing information shared to all of us. My question to you is, what do you think about high potassium diets and the role it plays on kidney health?
I think it's a very important question because normally whenever you say you got kidney problem, your grandmother would say, take coconut water, it's got high potassium. Somebody who's got normal kidney function, potassium is very good. But somebody whose kidney is not working, potassium can be a killer. In fact, my teacher in Vellore joking would say, if you have kidney failure, permanent kidney failure, and if you have no money, go and buy a few coconut water and drink because you will die. The heart will stop. In fact, the cardiac surgeon uses potassium chloride to stop the heart while doing surgery. So potassium is all right for somebody with normal kidney functions. In fact, I got normal kidneys. I'm on potassium citrate to prevent kidney stone formation. So it is good. But somebody who's got kidney failure, potassium can be a killer. In fact, the alternate salt, the so-called rock salt, pink salt, they are all high potassium. So this is the problem I have. Patient, moment I say kidney problem, they do two things. Immediately they stop the sodium chloride, switch to potassium chloride, which can kill. The second thing they do is immediately reduce all protein, which is very not advisable. Even in advanced kidney failure, if you are a vegetarian, there is no need for protein restriction. Artificially bringing down a creatinine by protein restriction is stupid. Your creatinine from 8 may become 6, but you will be in the bed. We doctors have to treat human beings, not labs. We can't be treating labs. We have to treat human beings. This is what is missing now in modern science, so-called artificial intelligence. I get a lot of reports, so-called EGFR. I make money. Every time an EGFR report comes, somebody is worried of kidney failure, but the worry worsens the problem. He is worried. The fear of the disease is worse than the disease. I think this is a point I must tell you. Fear of disease is worse than the disease. Please understand. So coming back, potassium is good if you have normal kidney functions, not the kidney failure. That's good.
Thank you, Dr. Sundar. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Dr. Sundar. I also had a question from you. So what do you advise? A lot of females have a lot of problems related with urinary tract infections. And if somebody has some stones or concussions in the kidney, it just reoccurs. So they say, we took the medicine, it doesn't work, and then it comes up again. And I'm like, a lot of females have this kind of an issue in relation to that, and they land up with this. What is your advice for them?
I always tell this, urinary tract infection is a birthright of every woman by virtue of their anatomy. One is because their urethra is very short when they go to the toilet. The other thing problem in India is now, I think thanks to Modi, we're having more toilets. But I know because my wife was a working woman in a school, she would not use the school toilet. She will go in the morning at 8 o'clock and be holding the bladder till the evening, which is very dangerous. Moment you start holding urine in the bladder, it's a nidus for infection. Simple. A running river is difficult to pollute. I mean, you can say Ganges, still, Ganges river is better than a pond which can get polluted. Same way with human anatomy. If you hold the urine in the bladder, it's a nidus for bacteria to grow. So you have to keep seeing that you don't keep much urine in the bladder. So what do? You have to drink a lot of water, pass urine frequently. I tell my ladies, close your eyes, close everything. Someone go to the toilet, empty the bladder. And at night, midnight, you have to pass urine. Because women go through pregnancy. During pregnancy also, there is bladder outlet obstruction. They can have infection. And invariably, all reproductive age women, I tell them, post-coital voiding is paramount. People don't talk about sex. They don't talk coitus in India. This is sort of taboo. I know a lot of women, educated women with breast cancer, they know something is happening, they won't talk. These are things which has to change. I think social media like this, women like you have to talk. Passing urine after coitus and taking a lot of water. So the answer is hydration, keeping the bladder empty is important. There are certain diets which can help also to prevent infection. Cranberry juice is supposed to prevent infection. In fact, there are now cranberry tablets coming up, but nothing like I have cranberries every day. 5 to 6 cranberries to prevent urine infection. Even uric acid levels come down. You may call it native medicines. You may make fun of us. Nevertheless, there is some science to prove that it could help. So these are some things which you could do.
What is your take? Because cranberries are not easily available in India. What they are available is the sugary substitutes
Yes,
of that,
absolutely.
which is very dry,
It
or
is-
cranberry juice, which is available. Do you recommend people taking that?
See, I think your point is very. What you said is very true. I do get dry cranberries, but it is sugar added. So we need to get dry cranberries without sugar. Slowly, I think people are talking about it. But the pharmacy guys have done a great job now in India. There's something called track free, cran free. They have made this cranberry extract and made them capsules, but they're very costly. So nothing like having natural cranberries and the cranberry juice, as you rightly said, the commercial ones have a lot of sugar. Something I think that's good business now. If somebody can make this cranberry and make it urine tract infection free or some high funda name you have, infection free, something like that, and then we can probably market it and do some work on that. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Please stay around. We'll be having a great session of a panel
Sure.
discussion right after Dr. Venkatesh's talk. Dr. Venkatesh, global namaste to you and a very warm welcome to this episode. Um, you being a physician in this field, as well as you have done LLB as well, and you are a director of Kidney Dialysis Hospital. And last 5 years, you have performed more than 5 lakh free kidney dialysis with nil mortality. That's very important. So wonderful. This is what we want to know from you. How can people benefit from it? And how they can approach you, what all is the criteria to go for it, how many days they have to stay for dialysis at your place, and how does the logistics and everything work. Over to you. Thank you so much, Kirit Bhai. Please take it over. Thank you.
Thank you. Namaste to everybody. And
Dr. Venkatesh, Sairam,
yes.
and global
Sairam.
namaste.
Sairam.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us, and over to you.
Thank you. Special pranams to my teacher, Dr. Shankaran Sundar, who had just talked. And I was a student for 2 years, and I learned everything under him. And one of the main thing is about spirituality and how to do charity, which I learned from Dr. Sundar, apart from my education. I revere him as Sati Sai Baba in bone and flesh, where he has supported me to do the free transplant. Basically, I started dialysis in a primary health center in the year 2002. In India, hospitals are classified as tertiary care hospitals like medical colleges and district hospitals, community health centers, and primary health centers. These tertiary care hospitals, so-called medical colleges, are very few in the year 2002, and most of the treatment were available only in these medical colleges. None of the district hospitals. In India, there are 746 district hospitals, 5,400 community health centers, and more than 5 lakh primary health centers. The dialysis was only available in the tertiary care hospitals, and very few dialysis machines in the medical colleges. And corporate hospitals were having adequate machines, but it is too expensive for a common man and common people to reach the corporate hospital, because dialysis, as you know, is weekly thrice. So I had an opportunity. It is God pushed me into this ocean, I can say. Dialysis, after learned everything from Dr. Sundar, I had an opportunity to start dialysis inside a primary health center, because that particular village had kidney failure in every house. It's a village of 50,000 population. Every house, one member had a kidney failure. The reason is a mystery which is not known to anybody even today. It is a small village, the bordering between Karnataka and Goa, called Kanakona. Every house had a kidney failure. So I had an opportunity to start a dialysis inside this primary health center. I started with 2 machines, and the primary health center is in a remote village. After starting dialysis in a remote village, we were saving the lives of the people And very challenging thing is, though we give dialysis, the important factor is the hemoglobin. Hemoglobin used to fall, and for which we need erythropoietin and iron sucrose in adequate quantity to be given to the patient. Erythropoietin is a very expensive injections. I still remember in the year 2002, an injection called Marcera, which used to come from Germany, will cost 9,642 rupees, a 3-drop of erythropoietin injection. So it was very expensive injection where patients, kidney patients cannot buy. Apart from dialyzing, you need injections for that. So being inside a primary health center, with the help of the government, I managed to give adequate erythropoietin to the patients. Erythropoietin is one thing which keep the patient's hemoglobin up. It has to be adequate in dosage. Per kg body weight, 125 international unit of erythropoietin. So it comes to almost 10,000 unit of erythropoietin in a week. Though patient can buy erythropoietin, but they will not take adequate dosage of erythropoietin because it is expensive. So by the grace of God, I started giving adequate erythropoietins and started dialyzing them in a primary health center. This happened for 15 years. In the year 2014, July, I filed a public interest litigation in the Supreme Court stating that these 746 district hospitals in the country should have dialysis, like how I have been providing dialysis inside a primary health center with my own machines, with my own consumables, with my own technicians, and I am providing erythropoietin also free. Patients are living a happy life, no mortality, because adequate erythropoietin is given, adequate iron sucrose is given, adequate dialysis is given. So this should be copied all over India. So happened in 2014, mid 2014, there was a change of the government. The government changed and they brought in something called Pradhana Mantri Dialysis Program. Within 6 months from the day of PIL filed, all the 746 district hospitals of the country had received dialysis. It is PPP model. All private players came inside a government hospital and providing dialysis for the public. So this continued and it was going on. And later to that, some more remarkable changes took place in the government of India. That is, the government of India introduced something called Ayushman Bharat, or it is called as PMJ. It is a universal health insurance policy wherein every dialysis, whether it is done in a corporate hospital, whether it is done in government hospital, whether it is done in a nursing home, government of India will pay 1,500 rupees per dialysis. And the private hospital should be empaneled with the government of India. So in this way, 27,000 private hospitals in India empaneled with government of India. They are the beneficiaries of this 1,500 rupees per dialysis. Still, further going ahead, transplant is in a preventive stage. And I had to travel to Supreme Court very frequently to pursue this matter, this PIL. When I was pursuing it, then I learned in Delhi. Delhi is the second populous city of the world with 3.5 crore people living in Delhi. And this scheme of Ayushman Bharat is not applicable in Delhi because there was a local government which doesn't want to implement the central government policies. So there was a big queue of patients. I had a few meetings with the health minister of Delhi where I came to know the statistics. The statistics said in Delhi, there are more than 1 lakh patients for dialysis and there are no charitable free dialysis done in Delhi. This was reverberating in my mind. 1 lakh and above patients and there are no dialysis, free dialysis in Delhi. So I was going between pillar and post, meeting all bureaucrats and many people. Ultimately, I had an opportunity to meet the Gurudwara president. The Gurudwara, that time during the lockdown, COVID lockdown number 1 and lockdown number 2, Gurudwara people were providing langar for all the people who are going out of the city. All over India, they were providing free langar. So I met the Gurudwara president of India and I told him, you are so kind-hearted, you are providing food for all the people in India. Why not you provide free dialysis for the people of Delhi? There are more than 1 lakh people who want dialysis in Delhi. Can you provide free dialysis? I can give you the entire technical. No. He asked me one question. Dr. Sir, how many machines can you install? I said, you want 500 machine? I can install 500 machine. Machines are plug and play. I can install 500 machine and dialyze this 1 lakh people if you allow me. He took me in his car and he provided me a massive place inside the Gurudwara. He called his subordinates and said, give this place to doctor to run the dialysis. So I started 100-bedded free dialysis with my own machines, own technicians, and own consumables. And one good news is that I also provided erythropoietin adequate dosage and iron sucrose adequate dosage, which is very expensive. So the mortality of the patients were nil only because I was giving adequate erythropoietin, 10,000 unit of erythropoietin every week, iron sucrose, and dialysis. And post-COVID, I started getting too many children for dialysis, which I have not seen before COVID. Before COVID lockdown, I never used to come across children, 5-year-old girl, 10-year-old boy. A lot of children started coming, but the diagnosis is still not complete. Like the reason for the renal failure is not yet established. Why the children are getting so many kidney failures after the COVID lockdown? So a lot of children started coming. Now we were dialyzing these patients free of cost inside the Gurudwara. And the Gurudwara gets donation from all over the world to meet the expenses. We had a good opportunity to do seva for the public. And we are now in a progress to start free kidney transplant with the help of Dr. Sundar. Dr. Sundar have done 3,000 renal transplants in India, and he is being appointed by the Gurudwara head as a mentor and advisor to the Gurudwara for the free renal transplants. We have got adequate place to do free renal transplants. As I say, there is a saying, the beauty and philosophy of human life lies in healthy kidneys. It is not in healthy heart, healthy liver, healthy lungs. The beauty, philosophy of human life lies in healthy kidneys. I have seen people suffering with kidney disease, and the suffering is no end until the transplant is done. So people who go for a transplant, they need a peaceful life. But transplant in India is in a very primitive stage. My only question is, when somebody gets an heart attack, they get admitted in a coronary artery center and they get angiogram done, an angioplasty done, coronary bypass surgery done if needed, within a short span of 15 days. But why a kidney failure patient has to undergo all this suffering for years and years with the dialysis and becoming bankrupt? They become completely bankrupt. They sell their house, sell their jewel, come on the street, begging on the street. And they come to us saying, my son has deserted, my parents have deserted, I don't have anybody, kindly give us free dialysis. This is a situation. So what we want to do now is work together and see to that renal transplant is done in a war-footing manner. War-footing manner in the sense, once you have potential donor from the family, even if the committee doesn't allow us, reach the appropriate High Court and the Supreme Court, explain the things. There should not be commercialization in that activities. Just present your true factors that he is a grandfather of this child. Get a court order, get the transplant done. Why do you want to wait for 5 years, 6 years for the transplant to be done? Get it done within a month, within 15 days. This is what we are looking at now. We are expanding our capacity now in the Gurudwara. We have 21,000 patients in the waiting list. And we have a lot of children, less than 40 years, people are there. So people above 80 years, 90 years, they can live on dialysis for 10 to 15 years. But people who are less than 50 years, they should undergo transplant. Transplant is the main answer. We cry because we see the people suffering with various symptoms. Though they undergo free dialysis, though they get all the things, they do have AV fistula complications. They do have hyperkalemia very frequently. And hyperkalemia is one of the biggest killer of the kidney patients, because though they get a good dialysis, they go out, take some good fruits, eat the fruits, and potassium is a fruit salt. They have citrus fruits, the potassium becomes high, and heart stops. It's a painless death. Hyperkalemia is a painless death. In fact, the Law Commission of India recommended to the Chief Justice saying that instead of hanging a person to death, give them 2 vials of potassium chloride. It will be a painless death. So potassium is the biggest killer of these kidney patients who are undergoing dialysis. Anytime the potassium may go up. If they eat preserved foods, if they eat fruits, if they eat coconuts, if they drink tender coconut water, this is one of the biggest disaster for the dialysis patient. Hyperkalemia is the killer of them. So I request all of them to come together to promote free kidney transplants, like how all over India we are doing under Ayushman Bharat, free kidney dialysis. We should also do free kidney transplants because Government of India is paying under Ayushman Bharat a reasonable money up to 2.5 lakh rupees for kidney transplants. So we can do the transplant, mass transplant, free of cost. So we are working on it. And Dr. Sundar and myself, we are going to start free kidney transplant in Delhi very shortly. Thank you very much for giving me this an opportunity to show to the world that what we are doing. I am ready to take the questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Venkatesh. That's amazing work you're doing. And obviously you're global, on the global platform today, you're kind of spreading the message, and hopefully you'll get support for more free dialysis in around not just Delhi but across India. So hopefully that's our, certainly we've got Lal Golal here from the Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, and also we've got the other Rotary Clubs of Organ Donation now being set up. So hopefully Rotary is one way of vehicle that we could try and look at, supporting your amazing work. Dr. Mita, before we bring Lal Golal in, you would like to, obviously, from the presentation, and you're in India as well, so you see it firsthand as well in terms of the challenges of not getting dialysis or even transplants. So what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I think Dr. Venkatesh is doing a remarkable job in that way. And then with the lead from Dr. Sundar, this is a very good effort. And I would just say the more the word of mouth will be spread, it must spread like an aroma. And that's what is the requirement. So because there are a lot of people in India and outside who need this help and who cannot afford, and this kind of thing will really help people to save their lives and near dear one's life, where they keep hunting for those last efforts, and one single touch of a finger might save their life. So thank you very much. We'll be having a panel discussion. Kirit Bhai, I think it's time to welcome Rotarian Lal Goyal ji. Global Namaste. Rotarian Lal Goyal is the founder and charter president of Rotary Club Organ Donation International. He has been a lead in many programs in relation to organ donation, and he's very vibrant in bringing people to know. And with his efforts, he has been doing a lot of things, various programs as well as events, daily basis, and education institutions and a lot of other institutions in India to spread the awareness about organ donation. So what's your message, Rotarian Lal Goyal ji, before we move further on today's episode?
Thank you very much, Amrita, and thank you very much, Rotarian Kirit Mistry, for inviting me to give my views on the World Kidney Day. I am thankful to Dr. Venkatesh and Dr. Sundar for their contribution for the dialysis, and now they are planning for the transplant. I also want to thank Mr. Neil Kumar, the producer and the main brain behind this Healing Our Earth, and it's the entire team who is doing effort. You can say so many efforts they are taking to bring this program, such type of program every week. Really hats off to them. Now coming to about the kidney transplant, as Dr. Venkatesh was mentioning about the transplant thing, I would like to inform that under the Ayushman Bharat, the scheme, as you know, it's a 5 lakhs is the limit. But as I think Rotarian Kirit Mistry knows that I used to conduct a daily program during the COVID of media conference with Lal Goyal, where I used to invite the celebrities or the authorities or the experts of the field. And one of the person who was very regular on every Tuesday on my meeting as a panelist was Dr. C.V. Anand Bose, IS, who was at that time one-man expert commission on labor by the government of India. And at present, he's the governor of West Bengal. In one of the program on organ donation, he mentioned that, see, in Ayushman Bharat, the government of India is providing 5 lakhs rupees, up to the 5 lakhs rupees for the transplant. And I said, look, this 5 lakhs is not sufficient because, as Dr. Venkesh was also mentioning, the private hospitals, they are charging far more, even for the kidney transplants. In Mumbai, the charges are between 7 to 10 lakhs of rupees in a private hospital. And we know the condition of the government hospital, very few are doing the transplants. So he asked me, how much you think that it should be the charges? I said, the Ayushman Bharat limit should be between 15 to 25 lakhs rupees. He wanted the clipping of that program, a small clipping of this particular discussion, which I sent to him. And he forwarded that clipping to our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi. And I'm very happy to inform you that under the Ayushman Bharat scheme, only for organ donation, the limit is now not 5 lakhs, it has increased to 15 lakhs rupees for all the BPL patients. So kidney transplants, whether you do it in private hospital or a government hospital or a charitable hospital, it is entirely covered for BPL patients. Unfortunately, this is not advertised. People are not aware. Today, I had a meeting with one of the oldest medical college, might be first 5 medical colleges in India, that is SN Medical College, Agra, where I had a discussion with the principal. He is also, because there is no kidney transplant center even at Agra, which is a very, very big city, a district commissionerate in UP. So there we are starting very soon the kidney transplant center. Because of the lack of awareness, people are not aware. This is already there. So Dr. what you are saying that Ayushman Bharat, now their limit has been increased. Only for organ donation, they have increased up to 15 lakhs, which can cover kidney as well as, I am sure, the liver can also be transplanted without paying anything by the BPL patients. This is as far as this thing is concerned. Now coming to the kidney thing, as you all know, that India is suffering like anything. Earlier, I was against dialysis center. Why I was against dialysis center? Because I feel why the family members are not ready to donate the kidney. Because kidney is such a thing, God has given us 2 kidney, 1 kidney can be donated. Then I realized, because there are no transplant centers. In India, 85% of the revenue districts are not having organ retrieval or organ transplant centers. So it means 85% of the population cannot be transplanted. What we are doing, or what the government is doing, what charitable institutions are doing, they are only concentrating on metros or class A cities. 85% population are deprived of this until we will not create the infrastructure to those centers, those districts, to create infrastructure in Mumbai or Delhi or all those Bangalore or Chennai or Kolkata, where already we have so many centers, transplant centers. It is not give that advantage, because people want to go to those centers which is near to their home. That is one. Secondly, the kidney transplants can take place after the brain death. Unfortunately, in India, where 3 to 4 lakhs, although this figure is also all vague, because we don't have brain declaration committees in the districts. Even a city like Agra doesn't have a brain declaration committee. So when there is no brain death declaration committee, how one can decide the person is brain dead? Ultimately, we are wasting those organs. So, but unofficially, if we will see that they say that about 3 to 4 lakhs people are declared brain death every year in India. Even if 3-4 lakhs people donate, it means we will have at least 6 to 8 lakhs kidneys, when if we are talking of kidneys only, available in India. And how many people require kidneys everywhere, what every year, what the figure says, between 2 to 3 lakhs. It means there is no shortage, and there is no living donation is required. But awareness is not there, number one. Number two, 85% facility is not there. Now, a person who is declared or not declared brain death cannot take that person to another city to declare brain death, take out the organs, and then bring the body back. It is not possible at all. So until unless in India, we will not have infrastructure, we will not create the awareness simultaneously, it is not at all possible. I am going to Uti this month. Uti, there is a government medical college which is transplanting kidney. I spoke to the head of the urology department. They informed me in last 2.5 years, they did only 2 transplants, because nobody is creating awareness there. Nobody is planning to do. We have to understand that this particular problem requires all the stakeholders to work hand in hand, whether it is a medical profession, whether it is a government organization, whether it's a NGOs. Until they will not come together, it is not possible. Where there is infrastructure, there is no awareness. Where there is awareness, there is no infrastructure. So that is also one of the reasons India is suffering very badly. And that's why what Rotary Club of Organ Donation International is doing, they are not only creating the awareness, they are also coming out with the such type of transplant or retrieval center. I had a meeting with the head of the Satya Sai Baba Trust at Bangalore in Mumbai recently, because they are coming out with a public issue IPO for the charity work only. And he told me, and I said that why not you start the transplant center, because they have in the Nandi Hill, Bangalore, very beautiful hospital where they are providing everything free. And Rotarian Kirat Mistry, you will be happy to know there is no billing counter in the entire hospital, whether they are doing the heart surgery, whether knee replacement, anything. Unfortunately, they don't have the organ transplanting. I had a meeting, I visited there, I gave the lecture also to the medical students, the professor, everyone, and I told them, why not start a transplant center? Now they are constructing the 600-bed hospital. They promised me once the hospital will be constructed, they are going to start the multi-organ transplant center there. And I'm sure that, and it will be totally free, 100% free. Once it will be free, because this, as Dr. Venkesh rightly said, until unless you will not give this right to live, whether through dialysis or the transplant. And the transplant is the solution. That dialysis only, we are just prolonging the life, just giving them relief. But as he rightly said, the person becomes bankrupt. So many complications. His life is not that healthy life. He is running, or she is running every Thursday to a dialysis center or going for the pain and agony. So I personally feel that unless we all come together, do something, and this is a very good lead taken by Rotarian Kirat Mistry and Mr. Neil Kumar to keep such types of programs on kidney donate, kidney day, World Kidney Day, etc., so that awareness can be created. But awareness with the logistics, with the infrastructure is required, and that is only possible when we all come together. I'm sure that I have put up my thoughts. If anyone wants to ask questions, you are free to ask.
Thank you, Rotarian Gulal. I think what you presented in terms of what you're doing as well as part of the Rotary Club for Organ Donation International, but also the last comment was, we can only do this together, and working together is the way forward. And it's great to hear about the transplant center in Bangalore with part of the Satya Sai movement as well. And obviously, there'll be good opportunity to connect with Dr. Venkatesh after this as well. So what I'm going to do, just we'll hold the question. I'm going to bring Dr. Well, it's a colleague as well from Leicester, Atul Bagal, who's a head of transplant services in Leicester University Hospital, Leicester. He's also works hard, tireless in the community, raising awareness. So really, without further ado, I'm going to let Atul come in and share the wonderful work that we're doing here in Leicester and part of his team are doing as head of transplant services at the University of Leicester. Thank you, Atul.
Thank you, Kirat, and thanks everyone for allowing me to speak today. So I think from what I've heard and what I'm going to say is I think we're talking on the same lines, whichever part of the world we are in. And it is about promotion and actually elevating fears with people. So I'll do a very quick presentation. I mean, we all do these presentations and we give all this information which everyone can get off the internet. But then I'll present a small video afterwards, which I think is the key, which helps with promoting organ transplantation. So, share. Okay, so I've been asked to talk about transplantation in Southeast Asia. I mean, the predisposing factors are diabetes, hypertension, low socioeconomic status, and one factor which is reduced intrauterine growth retardation. Now, the prevalence of this is a big problem in that part of the world. It ranges from 10.6, lowest in Nepal, to 23.3%, highest in Pakistan, and India somewhere in the middle. And the problem with kidney failure is how do we manage it? We've heard from our nephrologists who talk about how they manage it with hemodialysis, peritoneal dialysis, and then they've spoken about their vast experiences with transplantation. And the key is how do we move the baton straight to transplantation? Now, most people will have heard about poor outcome from dialysis. You'll be quite surprised to see your chance or your 10-year survival if you're 40 and you're supposed to reach 50 is about 50%. This is worse than most cancer survival rates. Now, why have a transplant? A transplant gives you freedom from dialysis. It's locking you off that machine which you're hooked onto. It gives you a better quality of life. It gives you a direct impact on your lifespan. And of course, it is life-saving for some people who've run out of dialysis options, which happens. Kidneys can come from your loved one, live donors, and deceased donors. I mean, in this part of the world, deceased transplantation is bigger than live donor transplantation. Of course, we'd love to change that, but that's the way it is at the moment. So looking at the numbers, these are the total number of people on a transplant list. This looks very small compared to India, but if you look at the population, it's still a big number. We have 7,000 odd people on the waiting list for any type of organ, and only a small proportion, 3,500 of people get a transplant. Live donors, biggest number, but when we put our DBDs and our DCD donors together, only live donors only form a third of these transplant, while in India it's about 99% of the donors. So these figures need to change. We want to increase live donation and you want to increase deceased donation. But all in all, we all want to target transplantation. For kidneys, we have 6,000 plus people on the waiting list, 2,500 people getting a transplant. And this lack of suitable organ is a problem for us and it's a problem for everybody in the world. So in England, the other problem is our donor pool is a Caucasian donor pool. So to try and balance the book, we've tried to alter the allocation system by changing the antibodies so that we can balance it and we can match it against the Asian population or the people coming from the BAME population, so to increase transplantation. And we believe this is working. But of course, this is still not enough because we're not seeing our loved ones come across and donate a kidney. As we've heard, we have two. One is spare. We should go ahead and donate it. So transplant, what does it involve? It involves a surgical procedure. Now, what we have to remember, dialysis is great. It keeps you going. Of course, it is not the gold standard treatment. It does not bring your life as back to normal as a transplant can. Loads of complications can happen with transplantations, but the benefits of a transplant far outweigh the risks associated with it. Our live kidney transplant has further added benefits. You can time the surgery. You don't have to go on dialysis. You can avoid the dialysis, as we heard from our first speaker, how dialysis is not great. You get a superior quality of kidney. People who die for reasons. They have diabetes, they have hypertension. This has impacted the kidney. Preemptive transplantation, you can get the transplants done before you get onto dialysis, and you have a superior patient and kidney survival. Now, this is not what we are saying. This is the evidence behind it. So if you look at Leicester data and you look at 10-year survival rates from a DBD transplant, in yellow, compare it to a live kidney transplant, you're looking at 75% for a deceased transplant, 90% for a live donor transplant. So all of a sudden, you can actually improve the patient survival from 50% to 90% just by giving them a transplant and avoiding dialysis. Yes, of course, dialysis has its role, but can be avoided. This is what our 1-year kidney survival rate is for deceased transplantation. It's 98%, 5 years, 90%, patient survival 96. We do transplant people with high risk, so we do have a little bit of higher mortality. This is our live donor kidney transplant. We have 100% 1-year survival. We have 100% patient survival at 1 year. So we have very good outcomes. But if we could get everybody to get live donors, we could get these outcomes for everybody. We do see delayed graft function. This is a big problem with deceased transplantation. Kidneys ionize for a longer period of time. It causes a lot of psychological stress on the patient, added expense, people on dialysis for longer period of times, but these kidneys get going and they do well in the long run. So who could donate a kidney? No one talks of this. It could be anyone who could donate a kidney. It's slightly different in England because you allowed altruistic donors, you allowed unrelated donors, but anyone who can live a kidney with a healthy life with one kidney can donate a kidney. The assessment process is vast. Every balloon represents a step, so it does take time. The aim is to do no harm. Of course, this is in the donor's best interest. This is what our program does. We can squeeze it onto one slide. That means we can squeeze it into a few weeks. So yes, it is possible to find a live donor and transplant someone within a few weeks, not wait for many, many years. Now, what we have to remember as surgeons, we are put through a very, very difficult operation. Most operations are done because it's to save someone's life or to take an organ out and send it to look under the microscope. We are doing an operation where we have to take the kidney out and ensure we can use it and give that person that life they deserve. So I have to remember the donor is a healthy person. There is no medical need for surgery. And the surgical procedure I'm going to offer is a major surgical procedure. So I need to make sure I cause no harm to them. We need to build this on 5 pillars, which are understand the reasons for donation, psychosocial suitability, medical suitability. Are they diabetic? Are they hypertensive? Is there anything else we need to know? Are there stone formers? We need to know the surgical suitability. Have they had different operation? What are the number of vessels supplying the kidney? Is that kidney feasible to be taken without causing harm? And in England, you have the independent assessment, the HTA, which is completely separate from this to ensure no money exchanges, no one is forced to do it, and there is a sort of a protection umbrella under the scheme. So we offer hand-assisted donor nephrectomy. You can skin the cat multiple ways, but the aim is to provide a safe procedure. These are what the scars look like with keyhole surgery. You have to make a hole big enough to take the kidney. The kidney is the size of a clenched fist, so it has to come out from somewhere. There are risks associated with the donor. The donor has to have long-term follow-up. I think if you cannot offer the long-term follow-up, you shouldn't be offering an operation. That should be very important. Surgery is usually 1 day before the operation. This is what happens in Leicester. We either do it on Tuesday or Thursday. It takes about 2 to 3 hours. There's an anesthetic time, recovery time. And we get the patient mobilizing the next day, drain out on the second day. Most people go home in about 2 or 3 days' time. They're back to their activity within 10 to 12 weeks, driving usually after a couple of weeks. And then most important, that yearly follow-up. They need it. If you can't provide it, you should not provide donation to a person. Life after transplant, you want it as normal as possible. And for a donor, it has to be a normal life with that lifelong follow-up and adequate fluid intake of about 2.5 liters per day. Post-transplant follow-up is again important. There has to be a scheme in place where you can ensure you can follow these patients up. Small things change, you lose kidneys very easily. So simple things, these tests, these clinics impulse, simple things, blood pressure, check of blood, check of urine, check of drug levels. So these things can be done on a regular basis. That's when transplantation should be allowed. So what happens in Leicester, we do about 125 to 130 transplants per year. It looks very small compared to an Indian center, but this is a mediocre center. And our aim is to get at least half our donors to come from live donors. Most of our donors are blood group compatible transplants. But of course, this is what you would love to have. And sometimes you get stuck in these situations where your blood groups don't match. Now in England, we have different schemes. We have the shared exchange scheme. We also go against blood groups and tissue types. So in 3 different centers, rather than code them with blood groups, I've color-coded them. If we can obtain these swaps, we can ensure we have 3 successful transplants. If we start with an altruistic donor at the start, we can ensure 4 successful transplants. So the question we should be asking is, if we do this, what are our outcomes? The outcomes are similar should you get the kidney from your loved one, and kidney survival at 3 years is 94%, at 1 year is 98%. So then we should proceed with these different schemes. We run the scheme 4 times a year. We register the donors into the scheme. Once we get a match, we work with the different centers so we can carry out these transplants in 8 to 12 weeks. Now, this is a very important scheme because we enter about 100, 150 people into this scheme, and then people are looking for a match against 100, 150 people, rather than you trying to get a kidney from 6,000 people fighting for a single kidney. These schemes are useful, and they can be run locally in India, or they could be run centrally. The bigger your scheme, the better your outcomes to get transplants from it. Going against blood groups, going against tissue types, yes, we would offer that. Now, antibodies are there. They're there to find something as a foreign thing or an infection and help protect you from it. Here, they'll recognize the kidney as foreign. We filter out the antibodies. We can give different medications to reduce it. And then once we know the levels are good enough, we can proceed with the transplants. Now, if you get a kidney directly from your loved one, your best outcome, 94% working at 3 years. If you go against blood groups, it's 92%. If you go against tissue types, it's 86%. But if you have a massive donor pool, you can reduce going into this scheme and get kidneys so that you can get that outcome right at the top. In England, money is not, there is no payment to donate, but the donors are reimbursed for loss of earning and travel. Independent assessment is very important. It forms part of the HTA process, and the person who's in charge acts as a representative for them, is an advocate for the donor, and without this, we cannot proceed. So there is really no illegal transplantation in Leicester or in the whole of United Kingdom. If anyone has a kidney from abroad, we have to report this to HTA, and then HTA will go and check the legality behind that transplant if it was done outside England. So then coming to how we should really manage kidney failure, we should be transplantation live donor, followed by peritoneal dialysis, hemodialysis, which is red here. Unfortunately, this is what our nephrologists provide, but then they would work towards transplantation. So you think of it, every time you look at a traffic light signal, you should remember green means transplantation. And this should remind us and make us move forward to promote transplantation. So I'll finish with that. Very importantly, this week was our 50th year of transplantation at Leicester, which we celebrated at Leicester. Now I will bring in a video which we recorded. Well, we recorded 3, but I will play only one.
At all, there's no sound. At all, we don't hear the sound.
So, Atul, if you can hear us, if you stop sharing, reshare and click the sound audio icon so we can hear the sound.
Okay, I'll try again.
No worry, no panic. We also got a question from Iceland from Olson who wants to ask a question to you. And so we'll ask that question later, or maybe we can chit chat while the video is propping on. So as you share again, you will look on the right hand side or the bottom left, share or play sound, you will tick yes to it, then play then we can hear the narrator.
So click on share and share sound, yeah?
There is no copyright, is there? There's no copyright material.
No, there's no copyright for this, don't worry.
Fantastic, yes. So if you just share the sound, then click on, then the sound will propagate and we will tell you. The thank you slide has come right now.
Yeah.
So the video you chose was not there, so.
Is that working now?
Hello, my name is John Black, and
yes,
I'm currently registrar in transplant surgery at Glenfield Hospital. Welcome, and thank you for taking a moment to join us in a cause that is vitally important. At University Hospitals of Leicester, 2025 marks 50 years since the unit's inception. We are proud to be a part of an ongoing effort to address a critical need, encouraging more Black, Asian, and ethnic minority communities to consider becoming a kidney donor.
If you're in need of an organ, would you take it? If you're going to take, then you should be willing to give.
Right now in the UK, patients from Black, Asian, and ethnic minority backgrounds face longer waits for a life-saving transplant due to a shortage of matching donors. But by raising awareness of this deficiency, we can change that. Every donation has the power to transform lives, bringing hope to individuals suffering with renal failure.
As we are obviously celebrating 50 years of kidney donation here in Leicester, we need to ensure that for the next 50 years, our communities are not going to suffer as they have done. Then we need to ensure more donations.
In these short testimonial videos, we invite you to learn more, share this message amongst loved ones, and consider the impact you could make to other families by means of organ donation. Together, we can make a difference.
Having renal failure has impacted my life quite a lot. Couldn't work due to fatigue. I was quite overwhelmed.
I gave my kidney in November 2021. I have a very special relationship with my dad.
It was a difficult decision. Because prior to that, she got married 5 months before. So I asked her, have a word with your husband, what you're thinking, have a word with your in-laws, and see what they say.
I've always been a bit of a daddy's girl growing up. He's been like my best friend. Whenever I've needed anything, he's been there for me.
I don't want you to give me a kidney and you have a difficult life in marriage. So find out about that. And she did. She asked her husband and he said, go for it. And the in-laws said, go for it. It's a good thing.
And the reason behind my wait time being so long is because I come from an Asian background. We don't have that many people coming forward. People are scared to donate.
It was very challenging at first because my mother was just distraught. The thought of having her baby girl and her husband in theatre together on the same day was terrifying for her. But those challenges we overcame quite quickly as a family, and we sat down, and there were disputes and there were almost divisions as well, like fors and against, and we almost created two teams. And then we merged together as one, and we all made a decision together, and we all decided that this was the best option for Dad and saving his life.
My dad and myself both got tested to donate to my mum, but neither of us were a direct match. So that meant that one of us had to donate on her behalf. So we entered into a scheme where it was a chain, basically, where one of us would donate on behalf of obviously my mum and to somebody else, their family member, and likewise. So I think that day 4 people got a kidney, which was nice.
I found it quite hard to feel that, one, if I got a deceased donor, I felt like I'd be profiting from somebody else's death. But with the live donor or the shared pool, I felt as well like I was asking somebody to go through quite a big procedure just so that they could basically save me. But the family's reaction to that was completely the opposite. They really wanted me to feel well and have a second chance of life.
Our communities are having, I think, the fear of donating. They don't want to think about death, which is inevitable, which is in all communities, because of they're sticking on to the religious and the cultural kind of taboos. That's what we need to break.
Mum's kidney came from an altruistic donor, which obviously is someone who didn't have any reason or family member to donate for. They did it out of the goodness of their heart. And if it wasn't for her, Mum obviously wouldn't have gotten the kidney that she's got now. So I would recommend it to anyone. If you can do it, you're fit and able-bodied, I would definitely donate.
Since I had my transplant, I have managed to get back into work properly. Started to do a lot of activity. I've started to coach my under-10s team as well, so football coaching.
My kidney went to somebody in London. I'm not sure who it was, but the fact that I know I've helped somebody and helped my mum is, you can't really describe that feeling.
What I could say to the person that actually donated and saved my life is I'm very, very thankful for that person. I can't thank that person enough. I'm just grateful for this kidney, and I will look after this kidney. I promise you guys.
My family are very proud of me. I'm very proud of myself that I was able to save a life, and the fact that I saved my own father's life is something that I will hold very close to me for the rest of my life. So.
We are promoting transplantation and organ donation because the key problem is lack of suitable organs for transplantation. A lot of people on the waiting list, about 6,000, only about 2,000 get a transplant a year. And then this has a remarkable back effect where people are struggling to get transplants because of lack of suitable organ donors. There are multiple donors or people who could be donors in the country. I think the lack of awareness of donation is important for them to understand this so that we can promote transplantation and get the patients the gold standard treatment for chronic renal failure. So thank you for that. So I think why I showed you the video is because this is your most powerful message you can get out there and promote organ donation and transplantation. We can come along and give our presentations and our talks to everybody, but I think this carries the biggest message out there. Okay, thanks. I'm happy for any questions. I gather there were some questions.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Atul. That's great presentation, and obviously there's questions. So we have got any questions? We've got Dr. Rajiv Gupta as well, who's one of our health panelists on Healing Our Earth as well, and Neil Kumar. Do we have any questions to take?
Yes. So there was I don't know whether Atul can answer this question. It's a technical question from Olsen in Iceland, who works in United Kingdom, but he's an Iceland national, and he's wondering, does he also qualify for kidney transplant? I think it's more technical question.
Yeah, I mean, I think he'll have to check that. I mean, if he's registered with the NHS, then he should be able to, but he'll have to check that with his doctors.
So Olsen, you can make your own inquiry. You've got a good chance because you are working here, and normally those who are working on a permit here, they do pay for the NHS basic fees, so they are covered. So there's a possibility. There is also a question, similar question to that. What is the regulation when it comes to private healthcare for kidney transplant? One can also get that without fees, apart from paying their private care funds?
You mean in the United Kingdom?
Yes, for
Yeah,
a British citizen.
I mean, if you're in the NHS, then it's all free. So basically, the government will cover everything for you. That includes your medication, your dialysis, your transplant, and your post-operative care. It can be done in the private sector also, but in the private sector, it is extremely expensive. But yes, there is a way of, it can be done that way also.
Yes, Atul, I think Samantha was hinting that there is a waiting list on NHS. So maybe through private, if the matter can be speeded up. That's what she wants.
Okay, I get your question. So the answer to that is the register, or what you would call the waiting list, I call it the register, is where everyone is registered on it. So when a kidney becomes available, you will be entitled to that kidney if you are the first on the list to match that kidney. So in the private sector, it is really a live donor transplantation. You cannot enter into the scheme, enter into something privately and hope you can get a kidney quicker from the deceased donor list. No, it won't work like that. The private transplantation is for live donation, not for deceased transplantation.
So there you are, Samantha. You have got some answer over here. Our technical director, Nishit, is also asking a question. What sort of diet should one follow to avoid any kidney accidents?
Well, I mean, it depends, which part of you're in. If you're in the pre-dialysis failure, or you're on kidney failure, then you'll have to follow the advice Dr. Sundar has already given. Avoid high potassium, high salt diet, keep your blood pressure low. If you're post-transplant, then you should really be back to a normal diet. But of course, normal diet means a normal, healthy diet. I'm not fussed whether you eat vegetarian or non-vegetarian food, but it has to be a balanced diet. Very important.
And one of the questions Nishit was asking is, how does diabetes and high pressure, blood pressure affect? Well, Dr. Sankaran actually specifically mentioned that if you got this, then get yourself checked with your kidney stool. There could be a very good chance that by sorting your kidney out, you may sort the others out. Isn't that right, Dr. Sankaran?
I think so. I think the two common causes are high blood pressure and diabetes. That is the key. Controlling blood pressure, controlling sugars, lifestyle changes can prevent kidney disease. There's a question also, are there any specific liquid or drinks? None of the drinks actually help. And there's a myth that barley water is good for kidney and all that. Barley water cannot prevent kidney. I mean, in kidney failure, it cannot reverse kidney failure. But a lot of these myths go on. You have YouTubes and social media talking of so many things, native medicines. As far as I go, scientifically, there is no drink or anything which can reverse kidney failure. Definitely lifestyle changes, which you always discuss. Anything which is good for the heart is good for the kidney. And get people with one kidney live a normal life. I think looks like Nishit Kotak has not listened to my talk. Nevertheless, I would like to repeat, 1 in 1,000 is born with one kidney, which naturally proves by divine intervention that one kidney is enough to lead a normal life. Our former Prime Minister, one of the most famous Prime Minister, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, had only one kidney. And he did everything, more than everything any Prime Minister could do or not do. So the moral of the story is one kidney is, in fact, I keep repeating this. Why has God given us two kidneys? One is for you, one is for your loved one. That's my take. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sankaran. Nishit is actually picking questions from the social media as well. We are actually live broadcasting on YouTube, Facebook, website, Telegram.
I'm sorry. Nishit is the messenger. I'm shooting the messenger. Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's beautiful. So because the new people who have joined from different country time zone has asked that question.
I think they should go back to the YouTube. I think it's being recorded, which is great. I was just going through YouTube. They should go and look at the YouTube video back.
Earlier, you had answered very explicitly. That is very important. So it's very good. Let's go to our resident health lead as well, who is from the Integrated Health Division here, Dr. Rajiv Sukla. He's actually an NHS doctor over here. Rajiv, you got a question and a comments and everything. I think Atul presented so nicely. So Kirit, Atul's presentation should go onto our social media because it's very nicely easy leading. Dr. Shankar.
I would comment. I think I will listen to so many surgeons talking. I always say the surgeons who talk, surgeons who can operate. I think Atul is one who can talk and operate. Thank you,
Yes,
Atul. Great job. Proud of you.
he did it very eloquently. And the good thing is that he's also from United Kingdom, from Midlands NHS. So that's very good. So, Kirit, if you could get the presentation both from Dr. Shankaran and Atul on social media, and then take to our other groups so that let's get and spread the word out there, including Rotarian Lal Gohel. Over to you, Rajiv. Rajiv, your comment before we take, we'll be also going to Shobha in United States of America, where it's morning at the moment, and we'll be chatting to her as well. And we will also ask Professor Vicky what she thinks so far, because she's been patiently waiting. Rajiv, over to you.
Thank you so much. It's really, really very powerful information and useful for people to understand that, as is mentioned just now, that God has given us two kidneys, and but normally only 15% of our kidney is being used. So there is a lot of reserve available so that we can use the kidney in order to flush out the toxins or the other undesirable substances. And therefore, hopefully, if we look after our kidney, we would not need the kidney failure and the kidney transplant as we described. And there are two important points here, and quite often asked questions, and probably Kirit Bhai knows that the number of Asians who are willing to donate kidney is relatively less, or in all organ donations are less as compared to others. And because this is organ transplant, there needs to be a match of the cell and the DNA and all kind of substances, the blood group. It is important to really understand that we should have maximum people putting their name on the list for organ donation so that the kidney can be used at the time of death or soon after death for somebody else who is needy for it. So that is one important message I want to share with all. And it's really good to have this day as Kidney Day across the world so as to reinforce that message so that we have a better surviving kidney, because the kidney, even after death, is surviving. So it's good to know that your kidney live after you are no more or have died. The second message I wanted to also pass on, again, probably reiterated earlier, that water, if you keep flushing your kidney with water all your life, even before kidney become diseased, there is much better chance of keeping your kidney healthy. So that's the other part I would like to say. Drink plenty of water. With the lifestyle we have, a lot of young boys, girls, and even adults are stuck to the computer for hours. And if there is not enough clearance, then the toxins can have the effects. Even the minor degree of inflammation can be flushed with the water on a regular basis, and minor stones can be flushed with that. So that's actually quite important. The third is also that there is, although it's not very well popularized, a diet which is high in fiber and antioxidants like even apple and avocado, there is a degree of anti-inflammatory effect that comes with it. And that is also quite good to keep the kidneys in action for a longer period of time. And apples are very versatile in that. And particularly, there is some evidence, although the evidence is not very strong. The baked apple and the apple cider and apple juice is considered quite useful in it. And if particularly consumed in food, and that's why we are good in Asia, that we use garlic and onions and turmeric, which have got some degree of anti-inflammatory properties, and therefore healing of the kidney, which is kind of part of our healing of earth, healing the kidneys is the title. If you keep the kidneys healing all the time, because natural injury to kidney continue to happen all life, and when the injury is to a much greater extent, the healing, then the kidneys start becoming disease or dis-ease, and then subsequently the kidney failure happens when the things are far beyond the ability to heal. So I think that is the third message. I will probably stop it here, but it's fantastic message.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rajiv. And Rajiv is a NHS doctor. Shobha, stay around. We have still got some bit of discussion. And Shobha, you will get your full slot. So don't worry. After you, we are discussing. Anjali, you are there in Hyderabad, and you are a very good mentor for women as well. You have been listening very intently to Atul and previously to Dr. Shankaran and Dr. Venkatesh. Your comments so far, and how did you find the presentation that Atul from Midlands presented?
Thank you, Dr. Atul. That was a very informative talk. And I think all of us are getting so many valuable tips and information to help a lot of our family, friends, colleagues, patients all over the world with all these tips. And I think just like what module you have for your institute or hospital, something similar can be done all over the world, all over the India. And it is a very, very powerful talk, I think, much needed at this time. And thank you, Dr. Rajiv. It was very interesting to listen about garlic, onions, apples. I think it's quercetin is something which we always suggest all our patients for kidney disease. And it's very, very good antioxidants. A very, very simple food is apples and, onions, garlic. So I think something integrated health also should be intervening into, the medical world of healing the kidney disease. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anjali. Kirit, a lot of people are asking same question over here. Everybody knows that consuming water is good. So on average, just generally, although it is very well known that about 2 liters is generally good, unless you are living in a very hot tropical climate, then you adjust likewise. And they're also asking question, cold water, hot water. I've got an opinion here. Never drink cold water. It is not profitable for you. Number one, don't drink cold water. Room temperature, and if you're living in an igloo or a frozen area, then again, room temperature is no good. Try to bring water to 25, 30 degrees. It'll be pleasure. You will like it. If your body likes it, your organs don't have to fight it to bring it to body temperature. But I'm going to ask Dr. Shankaran, before we go to Shobha and Venkatesh and Atul, can you give simple tip over 1 minute on a diet or consumption of water in a simple way that people can actually adopt without having to go out of the way?
The simple answer is God has given you something called thirst mechanism. If you have the normal thirst mechanism and if your kidneys are functioning well, you go by your thirst. Going to drink some alternate medicine says take 8 liters of water. That is actually dangerous. In fact, there's something called the Boston Marathon runners who just start drinking water and actually it's drop dead because they have more water than salt in their body, and that is called hyponatremia. So drinking more water without salt is also dangerous. The simple answer is if your kidneys are functioning well and if your thirst mechanism is there, you can drink as much as your thirst wants. Drinking 8 liters not acceptable. 2 to 3 liters average, as you rightly said, depending on the weather condition. Suppose you're in UK in cold weather, you never feel thirsty. You will be only passing urine without drinking water. But if you're in Chennai or somewhere in Singapore, you'll be sweating. Whatever water you drink, still urine will not come. But simple answer is God's creation is so wonderful. Kidney is working well. Thirst mechanism is there. Drink as per thirst. That's the simple answer to the complicated question. Thank you.
And I agree very simply. As the doctor says, trust God because God has designed human beings. You feel thirsty, consume water. Don't be crazy and drink 10 glasses in one go. Couple of glasses, 200 FM. Your normal home glass is 250 ml. 8 glass generally in a reasonable temperature is okay. So yes, doctor, you are very right. If your body says you are thirsty, drink water. Maybe if you feel you are hungry, you may not be hungry. You might be thirsty. Take some water a bit. And if you are okay, then that will save you there as well. Atul.
I'm not sure of the temperature of water, cold water, hot water. I think Atul may be able to answer. I don't think it makes a difference. Actually, I love cold water, but it can have other effects. It may have sore throat or infection because the water is not, the ice is not sterilized or whatever. I don't think it makes any difference to the kidney, whether it's hot or cold. Too hot water, your throat may get burnt. I think I would say normal water is good. In fact, my surgeon, I had a surgeon friend of mine. He said the best creation made by God is water. I'm a sinner. Let me have the second best whiskey.
Yes,
Okay, I think the wise man has spoken in the room. I think there is no science behind cold water and hot water. That's all I would say. And it's an average 2 to 3 liters. But again, it depends on which part of the world you live in.
Thank you.
And Atul, what is your simple tip of a diet?
Diet is a normal diet. I mean, if you're a vegetarian, you eat vegetarian food. If you eat if you're non-vegetarian, you eat non-vegetarian food, fine, but it has to be a balanced diet. So it's all about being balanced. So I think we've touched on diet so many times. So I think if you're a renal patient, then they will talk to you about a renal diet that will be specific to the person. And your physician or your nephrologist will fill you into all this depending on that. And then once you get a transplant, it's about all going back to a normal balanced diet again.
I think Atul's point is valid. In the transplant, I think hygiene is what is missed, especially in a country like India. I tell my patients, avoid eating food outside. We are not sure, especially the salads which are cut, which is not sterile, that's the problem. So my patients, I always tell them in a transplant, hygiene, more than what you're eating, hygienic food, water, drinking, you could drink tap water in England or Europe, but in India, you can't drink the tap water because that is not, my kids who come from other parts of the world, earlier I used to make fun of them because they would want only so-called bottled water. But then I realized if they drink Indian water, they're having diarrhea, they're having detoxification. So I have to buy bottled water in liters and keep it. So I tell them their gut bacteria is different from the Indian bacteria. But nevertheless, I think hygiene is important. And Atul very rightly said in his slide about transplant follow-up. I think Shobha Rao would agree. A transplant patient, I keep telling them, is married to the transplant team. It's not a happy marriage. In fact, kidney transplant, as per the Scottish nephrologist, transplant is like marriage. It's a curse for some, boon for many, risk for all. Many of us are married. We know that. If it's a happy marriage, it's a boon. But if you're fighting all the time, it's a curse. Same way, the successful transplant, no rejection, infection, it's a boon. But if there is infection, rejection, other problem, it's a risk. It's a curse. But you've got to take the risk. Unless you take the risk, you won't know. That is the story of transplant.
Thank you. And let's go to Dr. Venkatesh there. Your quick tip to all the people listening on a YouTube, social media. Any quick tip you can give so that they can maintain their kidney better?
My only request to everyone is come forward to donate their kidneys. But in India, donation for blood itself is very rare. Coming forward for a kidney donation requires a lot of education in India. We need to educate people at the school level, at the college level, and mass education is required for coming forward to donate the kidneys. This is my message to the people.
I think we must admire Kirit and the Rotary Club of Organ Donation, all of you for having this forum. I think more we talk about it, that makes a difference. We need more celebrities and other people talking. I think slowly it's improving. Things are going on. I have a lot of hope, and I'm sure things will get better. Thank you.
Thank you. We're getting some more questions. We will attend to them a bit later, Kirit. Maybe it's time to have a quick comment from Vicky over here. She went through a PKD herself. Vicky, you've been listening. Any tips you have picked up, and are you happy? And then we go to Shobha. Kirit, over to you and Vicky.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm learning a lot because, and I'm privileged to listen to our doctors and people, with the transplant experience. I was just glued to the screen as I was admiring what doctors done, the different transplants and the experience with those images of people. And my take here is everybody or whatever we're doing here, I feel that there is a huge, huge demand for people to understand that organ donor is important. And in my community, I come from Cameroon, that's Africa, we still have these beliefs. I like to share something briefly. I was speaking to a family who happened to be positioned in a place where they have to do this post-mortem after a loved one died. And through that, I was I was privileged to talk to few people from my origin, and the belief, which was shocking and will be shocking to you, the belief for me was there's still some people, and I think a significant number of people still believe that in England, when they do postmortem, they just take people's organs and places like that. So I was really blown apart. And I remember speaking to this young lady, I was saying, Britain will never do that. And then I was happy when one of our doctors confirmed that, from Leicester, this is what people, this is how far people are still, they're still in that world where it would take us a huge commitment to bring their minds back to focus, because at this age in time, 2020, some people still think that when somebody die here, they still take certain part. And they were querying, oh, this person didn't look like this. What did they do with the corpse and so on? But I remember saying, no. The highest place where I've seen cops respected and really honored is Britain. So that said, I think we need the message out there powerfully. And personally, as a content creator, this is now going to my head. I'm thinking, should I take a day or two in a week in my platform and just focus on kidney donor, on kidney transplant, and so on. So what we have spoken is really, really helpful for me. Truly, the drinking of water, I've learned something, because I remember I was just drinking water. I've got to drink water, and sometimes 3 liters, 3.4 liters, 5 liters. I was just drinking, and God knows. But luckily, one of our family doctors, because my husband is also an emergency practitioner, so they said to me, no, stop. That is too much, is not good. And this is again information that has to go. So I am happy, and I'm thankful to everybody. In my profile, you will see I always say thanking everybody for everything. So
thank you, Vicky.
here I'm happy.
Great. Thank you, Vicky, for your comments. And I think talking about content creating, I think it's a great idea, and we can say, look at that. I just wanted to bring two of our local ambassadors from Leicester, Anjuban and Lalit. Obviously, they're living. These are proof of living. Lalit Bhai's a proof of a living kidney donor. His wife Anjuban donated to Lalit Bhai. So just Lalit Bhai, Anjuban, just what you've been hearing today, and certainly you've heard from the wonderful work that's been going on in Leicester, and you're from Leicester, and obviously we're grateful to have a great transplant surgeon like Atul, in the hospital here in Leicester. So anything you wanted to add from what you've heard as well?
Yeah, thank you, Kirit. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to let us share our journey, both as a kidney patient, recipient, and a kidney donor. One of us is a kidney patient, a recipient. The other one is a kidney donor. I'll start first my journey as a kidney patient, which started here in Leicester Renal Unit in the year 1976. That's when I came to Leicester. I'm really fortunate that I am in Leicester, and I'm under the good care of Dr. Atul and all other doctors and staff there who are here. And what I would like to say is I first started my dialysis in the year 1979. That is when I was 28 years old. I started with hemodialysis, and initially I used to go to the renal unit during the daytime, and I used to have my dialysis in the renal unit. Then, because I was working as well, they gave me a benefit to dialyze at night time. The unit used to be open at night, and it's still open, I think. And the patient can come and dialyze there at night. I used to go at night time. I used to get there at around 10 o'clock at night come back early morning, about 5 in the morning. And that gave me a benefit of I was able to carry on working at the same time.
Brilliant.
So after that, I think the hospital then decided to arrange a home dialysis facilities for me so that I could dialyze a bit earlier in the evening rather than late at night. So I used to come home. We both were initially trained for the home dialysis, and then in the evening when I used to come home from work, I was able to go straight onto home, start straight my dialysis, because my wife, Anjana, she had kept the dialysis machine and everything ready for me to straight get onto the dialysis.
Lalibai, what we're going to do is we're going to take your in part 2 is going to want to because we've got the Dr. Sundar still from India and the time is ticking there. I want to bring Shobha on now because obviously she's got a story with regards to Dr. Sankar, who was the nephrologist. So what we'll do is we'll bring you back, both of you, just towards after we've heard Shobha Ben.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. No problem.
Right, thank you for your patience, Shobhaji, and also, really fascinated and glad that we had the introduction from Dr. Sundar in terms of getting you on our Healing Our Earth platform today. And, you're going to give us a personal journey about your own living with kidney disease, but you're a fantastic, motivational speaker. You've obviously, your book is behind you, My Race Against Death. So you're going to talk a bit about that, but also what you've heard as well. You've had a lot of support from your nephrologist, so you'll be able to touch on some of that. But what we're going to do is let's you share your story, and then we'll bring Dr. Sundar, if you're still around, we'll bring him in as well to kind of bring the jigsaw puzzle to so he was part of your journey as well.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mistry. And I would like to first start with thanking all the doctors out here, Dr. Venkatesh, Dr. Sundar, and Dr. Atul. If not for doctors, I don't think I would be alive today. And so my gratitude goes out to all of you and for the wonderful work you all are doing, especially Dr. Venkatesh, giving free dialysis and transplants in India. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Shobha Rao. As Mr. Mistry said, I am a long-term kidney transplant recipient, and this June it will be 27 years since I got my transplant back in India in 1998. And Dr. Sundar was my nephrologist at that time. And I was able to reconnect with him a couple of years back when I wrote my book, which I can share, My Race Against Death, written by me. And we were able to establish our connection again because he sees hundreds and thousands of patients. And I don't think he remembered me because I had moved to the US after that. But I'm so glad that I was able to revive that relationship with Dr. Sundar again. So here goes my story. It was 1997 when I was diagnosed with kidney failure. And how did he even diagnose that, right? So I was on a hike with some of my friends when I realized I was feeling very, very weak. And I was literally the bottleneck for the whole hike, and I was lagging behind everyone. When I went home, we did some blood tests. My parents immediately took me. At least we were aware enough where we said, okay, let's just go and do some blood tests and find out what's happening. And we found out I was very anemic, and my hemoglobin was at 6.0. For most of you, if you are connected with kidney disease, you know what I'm talking about. If not, hemoglobin has to be at least around 12 and above. So yes, it was very low, but my body, as human bodies are, adapts so easily, and especially when you have a chronic disease slowly happening to you. It had adapted to that hemoglobin level, and I didn't feel any other symptom other than that, other than feeling a little bit tired. And so we went to a couple of doctors, and they pumped me with iron injections and whatnot. But finally, one day, I did end up in a hospital. They said, okay, nothing was helping the hemoglobin. Let's see what was happening. And then they did a thorough scan, and we found out my kidneys had shrunk, and my creatinine levels, which is used for measuring your kidney function, was pretty high. Because as kidney disease, as we know, it is indeed a silent killer. And here, actually, I would like to share a small tidbit, because I think it was Dr. Venkatesh, who mentioned about high potassium and why he said, don't drink coconut water, don't keep on drinking too much coconut water and fruits. The thing is that normally, the moment you're sick, we all tend to eat more fruits and drink coconut water. And I remember doing that. My mom literally pumped me with fruits, and she used to give me coconut water when I was sick. And afterwards, when we found I had kidney failure, and immediately, luckily, I come from a family where everyone is quite educated. And we immediately learned that, oh, we should not be eating high potassium foods, and found what we were doing was totally opposite to what is recommended. And we went back on a renal diet, as the doctors said. So we need to be aware of these things even when we are sick. So I think this session is very good that way. Now, coming back to my story, yes, I was so sick, and then the doctor said, oh, you have renal failure. And I should say, they're wonderful nephrologists, but then that particular nephrologist, this was not Dr. Sundar, this was another nephrologist who actually found out I had kidney failure. And he didn't even mention about the transplant. He just told my dad, oh, you have 2 more daughters. Don't worry. This is a chronic kidney disease. It will take its course. And that's fine. You still have 2 more daughters. Not really a good bedside manner for a doctor. But that said, my dad, he's my hero. He went everywhere and he said, okay, I have to find the best nephrologist in town. And he went and found Dr. Sundar. This was again in 1997. And we found Dr. Sundar and his whole team. They had done few transplants by then. They used to be called the Karnataka Transplant Institute, I guess. And so then once I discussed with him the whole disease, I am an engineer, by the way, and I had just started my career. I was 22 years old when I was diagnosed with kidney failure. And so we followed the renal diet after that, which is not an easy diet to follow, by the way. So you really don't want to get there. And after following the renal diet, and a year later, I'm very, very fortunate that my mother decided to donate one of her kidneys to me. Thanks for that unconditional love, which only a mother can give. I got my kidney transplant done a year later with Dr. Sundar and his team at that transplant institute. And my mother till today is here. She is 81 years old. And she still has 1 kidney for the past 27 years too. I have her kidney, and she is still going strong. Her kidney is still functioning fine. No other issues other than the regular minor metabolic issues that she has. She's doing very good too. And so for me, now coming back to my story, I had my transplant when I was 23 years old. And then I got married. I moved to the United States. Now, when you have kidney transplant, we all know our immunity does go down. You are on quite a few immunosuppressants. The key here is to be aware of your immunosuppressants. We spoke about diet. Yes, we need to keep a moderate diet, as Dr. Atul and others mentioned. Don't overdo anything. Don't follow fad diets. And be careful when you go out that you are not eating in a buffet with a lot of salad just sitting out there. So these are some minor things that one has to look out to protect one's kidney. And that's something I do till today. I know we all wore masks during COVID. And but till today, after COVID, I use that as an excuse. I wear my mask whenever I go out to any crowded places. So these are some small things that I follow from then on. So I was going fine with my kidney transplant. When 7 years after my kidney transplant, I found blood in my urine one day. And I went to the doctor, my nephrologist, who was in US, I had switched to after moving to the United States. And then we did some scans, and we found out I had cancer in the ureter of one of my native kidneys. So if you don't know, or most of you will know, that you ideally don't remove the kidneys when you go through a transplant, unless it is infected or some other disease, of course. But most often it is left intact inside, and they put a transplant kidney. So in one of my native kidneys, I had cancer in the ureter of that kidney. That was a bummer. So I went through a massive surgery because the ureter was going right under my transplanted kidney, sitting on top of it, and it was connected to the bladder. So I had some wonderful surgeons. Again, as I said, I owe my life to all the doctors here and science. And so he did the surgery, removed my whole kidney, but my transplanted kidney was still going strong. I call her Betsy, by the way. My kidney is called Betsy. And so after removing the kidney, I went through chemotherapy, the whole treatment. And then 7 years later, we found a tumor in my bladder. So that was my second cancer. During a regular follow-up, this goes back to, again, follow-ups. Because once you are a patient, especially a transplant patient, you have to follow up regularly with your transplant team. And in my case, after cancer, I had to follow up with my urologist and my oncologist every few months with various scans when we found my bladder cancer. And after doing a lot of research, what I found was when I was ingesting a herb when I was young. When I say young, I mean when I think I started as a 6-year-old, and I was taking that herb concoction till the day I was diagnosed with kidney failure, till the day when I walked into Dr. Sundar's office and I was asking him what could be the reason as to why I would have gotten kidney failure at this young age. And none of us knew. And he said, nobody knows, unfortunately, right now. But the only thing he said that I see that you are doing is you're taking a herbal concoction which you don't know what it has. So maybe it is good to stop it. And I was taking that herbal concoction for a condition called vitiligo, which is white patches all over your body, leukoderma. And so I stopped that herbal concoction that day because it did cure my vitiligo, but I was still taking it as like a preventive measure. And when I was 22, I stopped taking that. What we found later on is that herbal concoction was the cause indeed for my kidney failure, as well as my cancers, the 2 cancers I mentioned just now, because it literally mutates the p53 gene. And so the cancer came in the same tract, the original kidney, where which had seen enough of that herbal medication, and my bladder as well. And I can share my speech or my book later with you, where it is all, I clearly talk about which herb causes that and which is used still today everywhere, especially in Chinese herbal medication as well as in Indian medication. I'm not saying anything is wrong. All I'm just saying is be aware of what you ingest, what you take, including your diet, including your supplements or anything that you are taking, all your pharmaceutical medications, anything that you take, be 100% sure of what you're taking. So we found out that was a cancer. And then my third cancer came a couple of years later, which was called angiosarcoma in my liver. I still don't know the cause. Maybe the herb, maybe because my immunity was suppressed. It's a very, very, very rare cancer. And that was 10 years back. I'm in remission right now. My kidney, my Betsy, saw quite a few of those chemotherapy treatments, which was in fact, the doctors took care of me. They made sure the kidney doesn't get affected too much during all my treatments. And it is still going strong to some extent. Yes, I do try to make sure my water intake is just enough, moderate enough for me. No hot or cold water, as Dr. Sundar mentioned. I don't think that makes any difference. And at the same time, make sure my diet is good, have a healthy diet. I think because the cancer came, the cancer struck me, I was diagnosed with cancer, I really paid lot of attention to my diet. I cut down my salt, I cut down my sugar, I cut down all processed foods. I made sure I take only food that I cook, healthy diet. I follow moderate enough where nothing is overdone. And I think that also helped my kidney to survive this long, because it helped my being in remission as well as my kidney as well. And that is, in short, my story, which I would like to share with you all. And and this book, which I wrote, which I said My Race Against Death, because it literally was and still is a race against death, especially once you get cancer. It is like, is it who finds who first, right? Making sure that because early detection is indeed almost a cure for cancer, if you ask me. And same goes for kidney disease. Early detection is key. So we need to be aware of our body. We need to know what we are ingesting. We need to be very clear on how we take care of our body, and ensure that we are in tune and understand and listen to the medical professionals, believe in science and technology, and go from there. There are, instead of blindly following something or some fad diets or something like that. So I advise self-advocacy for everyone, and that is my thing. You have to be your own advocate. Make sure you know what you're doing. Only you can look after yourself, not someone else. Thank you, Ms. Regis.
Thank you for wow, you've gone through a remarkable, obviously, journey, but also kind of a challenging as well through the kidney disease and also then the cancer. So you're a brave woman, and thank you for sharing what you shared today. And obviously you've got your mentor as well. You know, he's a mentor now, not just your ex-nephrologist, but probably a mentor as well. So I'm going to bring Dr. Sundar to just kind of see how, obviously, when you reconnected, what was that in terms of, obviously, many years ago, and then you find a patient who's said, you were the man who changed my life or helped me. So what was that experience really?
It is like, when I saw Shobha connected. In fact, I think that is thanks to social media. I think that made the difference. So I was active on Facebook and the X and all that. So she connected me, found out where I am, and visited me with her book. And it is like seeing your daughter whom you have not seen for 30 years. So it was like that, seeing Shobha Rao with that. And just a few months ago, I attended her 50th birthday. So that was a great moment. And I keep saying that she's an inspiration, not just as a patient. And very few people actually talk about the disease. That's the problem we have. People don't want to say, I got a kidney failure, I got cancer, all that. They think they want to keep it secret. I mean, I won't blame that. It is their choice. But I admire people who talk about it to help other people. Because looking at a Shobha Rao or a Professor Yaviki, or it makes other people confident. They know, okay, I can face the problem and I can deal with life. That's important. So thank you, Shobha, for being in my life. God bless you. And I'm sure 50 more years to you. I'll come to your 100th birthday, because I'll be 120 at that time. Thank you.
Amritaji,
Amazing.
What was your take? Yeah.
Yes, Kirit bhai. Amazing, Shobha. That's very wonderful, in fact. And this also throws one very important light on a particular aspect of what is happening in today's time, is that ever since COVID has come, people have relied blindly on herbal medicine. I myself, being an Ayurveda physician and practitioner, recommend people to be very sensible for the use of herbs. They are not just herbs that anybody can take anytime for any money, any years, in any prescribed dose. There are a lot of indications and contraindications for anything, and excess of everything is bad. Even excess of prana is bad. I've seen people dying due to pranayama. What to say about that? And then when the social media hits up with so many herbs doing and applying and using as cosmetics, in fact, in our curriculum, I recommend my students to be very cautious and to also give guidance to other people in general of the wise use of the things rather than just blindly copying some media things and putting on that, and bring out the relevant evidences in relation to the research for everything, because that's very, very important. If something can cure, the excess of that can be very damaging to a devastating extent. You yourself have seen. And no doubt there has been a lot of potential for other medicines to work on it, but then a sensible use of, I in fact see everything is medicine, the diet is medicine, and that as a medicine, and they are the herbs. You're taking spinach, you're taking tomatoes, you're taking brinjal, you're taking uh, any herb or any plant. It's also a herb and a medicine. How do you use, in what amount and what way, makes a very, very big difference. And it's really commendable on your part. God bless you, and keep living with the spirit the way you are living, because that's very important. I think. Yes, Dr. Sundar.
I think, Amrita, I admire you for bringing this topic of Ayurveda. As an allopathic physician, all of us are doing a healing business. In fact, Ayurvedic science is ancient science. It's much older than any other science. That's also a science. I think done with the scientific temper, it makes a difference. I think one of the things which you must understand is the fairness cream, which we are talking a lot of. In fact, we are seeing that many of the so-called fair and lovely think people want to become fair, and that has mercury in it. And I'm seeing mercury-induced kidney damage, membranous nephropathy, and
Yes.
quite a few papers are coming up on that. So you've got to be very careful. Many of these creams, even though it's a superficial cream, it can damage the kidney. So you must be aware of that. Thank you.
Definitely, a very, very, very beautiful point. This is one of the very key things, in fact, which we had been also talking about, because the application, people think taking intake orally will be damaging kidney, but they are least concerned with the things that applying cosmetic on the skin, on the face, on the hair. In fact, with the hair dyes also, there have been so
We have
many
kidney failure, I
reports
know.
of kidney
I
failures.
have quite a few kidney failure with hair days. I agree with you.
Yep.
So
Cancer
this,
too.
yes, this can be so devastating. People hardly realize that. I think Dr. Rajiv has a comment on that, and we also have Dr. Rajan Patankarji. Kindly unmute yourself, Dr. Rajiv, if you have a comment or so. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that is good point. And being a medical practitioner from Western medicine or allopathy for 30 years, practicing in UK, but also spending almost 16, 18 years studying Ayurveda and Tai Chi, Qigong, herbal medicine, and other various. I know that the most important aspect is indiscriminate use of these products without knowing what it is. And Shobha has very generously demonstrated. And therefore, it's important that people of all uh, branches should know other aspects. Problem is that, and that's why we created this integrated health. And we have designed the whole program now so that people of each specialty know what is in it in the other specialties. For example, Ayurveda, what is in these herbs and how does it affect? It's good to know. As a patient, you don't know what is in it. And it is so difficult that if you don't know, your practitioner has advised you and you have taken that, the long term effect and the damage, and in this case, cancer, could have costed life. It is therefore important that we understand what is the implication and also popularize what is useful. And I know again there are so many things which are known to cause the irreparable damage to the organs, which include the kidney and also damage to the pancreas and other organs. And I wouldn't want to mention all of those, but the message I would be keen to pass on is that consult a qualified medical practitioners before you take it. There is no harm taking these things. Taking all different type of herbs is probably useful, but always consult a qualified medical practitioner before you take it. The only difficulty that we have is a lot of medical practitioners do not know the benefits of the other disciplines, and therefore there's a dilemma. And commonly, if you go to allopathic practice, they say stop all herbals or Ayurveda or any other branches. If you go to Ayurveda, it says stop allopathy. Go to homeopathy, they will definitely say stop allopathy. All this is where patients get confused, and therefore it's important that we bring it all together. We respect each other, but also learn about each other so that we can give a justified and evidence-based advice so that patient is our focus. So I think that was the point I would like to mention. And it was, thank you again, Shobha, for bringing the fantastic effect.
Thank you, Rajiv. Kirit, I think, Amrita, it's time to let people know about our future episode just quickly. And then we carry on chit-chatting. A lot of people wants to know on social media about how to know about kidney failures or possibilities. Here are some of the future episodes at Healing Our Earth. You can all join. Next week is Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, where our experts will come and share some ideas with you. What kind of food can be done? Chit chat on Ayurveda kitchen, chit chat on sleep and diet on there. We'll start with Thailand, then go to Philippines, go to India. We visit at Healing Our Earth. We cover most of the continents so that we get balanced views. Week after that, we are bringing Mahakumbh Mela, post Mahakumbh Mela. This is the one of the world's, in fact, it was classified as the world's biggest event ever. So we'll be focusing on how some of our healing team who actually visited there, and also one of the organizers of Mahakumbh Mela will be, Shantanu will be also appearing. So you want to know more about Mahakumbh Mela, then following week is the place. Week after that, Ram Navami. So Ram Navami will be celebrated here at Healing Our Earth. It's a very popular episode. We get so many different countries watching on there. And a week after that is 1 week and 5 years when we started during pandemic to bring love, unity, and free education on the earth. So you can come, you can sing, you can chant, you can deliver a message. If you've been part of Healing Our Earth, how healing have made difference to you. If you feel good on Healing Our Earth, just come and deliver your message. And then the following week on 20th of April, will be another edition of Yoga and Meditation. You can watch all these future episodes on healingourearth.com. Over to you, Kirit. Let's carry on. And we've also got our Ayurveda expert here, Vaidirajan Patankar from Mumbai. Since we were mentioning a bit about Ayurveda as well, maybe he can give a comment or two as well before we move on. So please unmute yourself, Rajanji, and your comments so far.
Hello, global namaste to all. And as I mentioned in the comments, that and as said by Rajivji also, we must know the strength and weakness of each science, because all the science are definitely useful for the human being. But still, there are nowadays, as per talking about Ayurveda, there are so many misconceptions, and the advertisement of so many medicines are on our YouTube or on our TV channels also. They are misleading or misguiding the people. So, as I mentioned in the comment, we must know the body constitution and the climatic condition of each country for giving or prescribing the Ayurvedic medicine. That is, in my opinion, utmost important, because as per Ayurveda, ati sarvatra varjayat. When we take anything like water, food, anything in excess quantity, that is definitely harmful for you. So, as per Ayurveda, if you follow daily and seasonal regime, it will definitely help you to maintain your body and maintain your health. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that was so wonderful. Kirit, a lot of people are asking questions without being diagnosed. What are a typical sign of what could be potentially kidney infection and or kidney failure? Maybe Atul might be good at answering this, or one of the doctors. So shortly we should be visiting them because they could give us some ideas. Meanwhile, let's take some comment. Now, Shobha, you are a walking, talking cancer library, and you have still done well. You still look well. You are still positive. To have one cancer is already demoralizing. To have several cancers and to fight, it is indeed a race against death. And what an example you are, that not only have you fought it, you are easily able to share with people. So I think, can you tell us where is this book available, just for the viewers?
Yeah, sure. It's available in Amazon in the US, and I'm assuming it should be available in UK Amazon. Yeah, it is available in UK
If it's on
Amazon.
Amazon, it's available worldwide because it's
worldwide,
available.
and India, and I've released for the I've used an Indian publisher for India, so that it's available at a different rate in India, and it's available in Indian Amazon too. So you should be able to find it in Amazon easily.
So
And just
whichever
if you
country
if you visit my website, that is another place where you can find it, which is shobarao.com is my website. Yeah.
So whichever country you are in, put on your local service provider's internet browser, Shobha Rao, Race Against Death, My Race Against Death, or visit her website, shobharao.com. What an exemplary story. So let's know more about it. Amrita, Anjali, you listened to her, and Amrita, you listened to her. You made a comment. Yeah, Vicky has listened as well. Anju and Lalit, who are there in Midlands, who are also directly connected to kidney. So Kirit, time to chit chat with people in the panel and bring out the best tips and the points. Over to you, Kirit and Amrita and Anjali.
So I just want to bring Dr. Anjali to come in and say a few words on Shobhaji's journey, and obviously echo Neil Kamal's comment around Shobhaji is an amazing woman who's very positive, and I think the mentoring and the advocacy you do now for others is really powerful, because that's really what's going to help people who are going through similar challenges. So, Dr. Anjali.
Thank you, Shobha. It was a brilliant, informative session for all of us. And I look forward to reading your book. It is such an empowering message you've given to all the people. And you fought every battle with such hope and such, you're setting example for everyone not to lose hope. And you're still yet positive, and I wish you all the best for we look forward to reading more books from you, not just aspects to health, but something which is more empowering to how to, handle adversities in life and how to cope with emergencies in life, which you have done so well. And I think more initiatives we can run together, like all of us, to talk about kidney health. And early interventions are important, which is like I talk about women's health a lot. And what I usually look at women's health is something called endometriosis, which is painful periods in women. That is one of the major reason where I see women are getting kidney disease, and which is late onset. They don't understand that endometriosis can cause kidney failure, because long-term endometriosis is the cause of kidney disease in women. So I feel all young girls, teens, everybody should be, looking at what they're eating, how much time they're sleeping, less of screen time, more activity, more exercise. And as Shobha, as you've said, early intervention was so important, right? You just tapped into the right doctor at the right moment. And that has been like the savior message for you, Dr. Sundar and everybody. So what do you think, like Shobha, you would want to advise the young women, especially? Because this is something.
Yeah, I mean, that's another thing I'm actually passionate about is women empowerment. I mean, that's one is the health part, the other is just for women to speak up more and stand out even in their career or in the workplace, everywhere else, right? So this kind of uh, uh, combines both with the health part, as you're saying. I think one problem with women especially is compared to men, we definitely don't speak up. Even if you see the symptoms, even if you're feeling tired, you don't. Like just a couple of weeks back, I had a friend whose wife in India, she now is diagnosed with stage 4 breast cancer. She had her symptoms for quite a while, but never spoke up for various reasons, right? One is just wondering, oh, how will the family take it? And second is what the fear of it being something very disastrous where you cannot handle it. How will the family take it again? So women, especially with the cultural, in an Asian culture, the way we are brought up and the subtle the subtle nuances that is imbibed in us from childhood, because of which we don't speak up. And I think for women, especially, what I would advise is listen to your body and speak up at the right moment. I think it is easier for men to speak up, women don't. So we need to speak up. I think that's what I would advise all the women out there.
And Anjali and Shobha, people are confused because they thought it was Shobha Rao, but it's not Ba, it's Ba. So if you look at sobarao.com, I'm going to share the website with you. It's quite exciting. She is indeed a motivator and a women empowerment lady. You will be able to see there. And this is what Shobha and not Ba does. And look at the empowering audience through engaging through discussion, requested keynote speaker, take control, unlock your opportunity, and various other facets that she trains people. So SHOBARAO.com, and you will see what an inspiring lady Shobha is. So Anjali, very good question. And you also gave a tip that kidney failure is not directly from kidney. Amrita said it could be from external products. You said it could be other places where you can catch it from. And this is what people want to know, because they might just by default we end up having kidney problems, not knowing that what they are consuming or using is actually causing that over there. Kirit, Anju and Lalit are still here from Midlands. And let's continue that story, and then we'll go to Shobha with a question, and Yawiki and Amrita. Let's give more tips to people. Effectively, do not panic. There is a lot of advance in kidney treatment, kidney transplant, depending which country you are from. And you've got a good chance of surviving if you care for yourself. Kirit, over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think Shobhaji, the thing that we're doing in the UK and particularly in Leicester is around cancer and early diagnosis and detection. And again, we've got some amazing women and men who have gone through their cancer journey who are now actually feeling confident to go and speak out and raise awareness in the community, so we don't get late dying, end stage, but it's too late. So I think the work you're doing is amazing, and also getting people to help voice this is what we're doing through our community connectors, which is amazing. So Lalibai and Anjuben, I'm going to give you I cut you short before. I just wanted to let you continue, and just Anjuben, I just wanted to ask you, from hearing Shobhaji's story, and obviously her way she's overcome them. Obviously, you've been with Lalit by his side for through your, donating a kidney to Lullaby. So you've gone through a lot of challenges as well. So I'm going to let you just share some of your thoughts and also your journey with Lullaby as well.
Yeah, like Lalit was saying, when did we get started? We were trained for home dialysis that we did for about 6 years, and then he got a first transplant. That was about 40 years back. And all the responsibilities of in life were all done by then. And then he started kidney failure again about 16 years back. And at that time, when we went to the doctors, he said there is no good time to give you bad news, but your kidneys are failing, so you have to decide what you want to do. So ultimately, we decided that I would like to get myself tested if I can donate. Lalit was very reluctant to agree to that, but ultimately he did. And the good thing was the hospital was so good at doing all the tests and making sure that everything will go as planned for the surgery and afterwards. So they did the test and they repeated it just the day earlier than the day before the surgery. And that gave me quite a lot of confidence that everything's going to be fine. And staff there, doctors, everybody was so good. And 15 years down the line, everything is fine for us. One thing I would say is if anybody is thinking of donating live donation of kidney, don't wait for that patient to come to you. You have to go and tell them, because it's not easy for them to ask you for an organ. It's a gift of life. So you decide. And once you are sure, talk to them.
It's a very good point you raised there, because one of the things that we've started to do is we kind of be mediators with the family. So if the person who's needing a kidney, they can't go up and ask their family members. So we kind of do various social media campaigns to alleviate the kind of them asking, and then hopefully by raising awareness within the family, they will hopefully some come forward if they're healthy and able to. So it's a very good point that you raised there, Anjuman.
Thank you.
Lullaby?
Yeah. The only thing I'll just say, everybody was giving their opinion about hot and cold water. I've taken the middle road all these years, and I normally drink lukewarm water. So that's my way forward.
It's a very good point you brought, Lalitji. The social media is very rife. The singers and the talkers are saying, yes, cold water is not good for the throat and speaking. You are all right. It wasn't a debate. It was just a pure advice that ice cold water is not good for your body. Whatever the doctors or the surgeons say, it has got a lot of drawbacks. There is no specific study, but yes, you're right. Warm water could be very good. If you are an athlete and you've just done a marathon or something, the cold water will help you, but don't take ice cold water. Don't trust ice in it. There is no profit study or no study, but you are very right. It was just a point that because everybody wanted to know. Yes, let's have more discussion. Anjali, Amrita, let's bring out more points.
Vicky, if you want to, Vicky, okay. Okay, so we've had a fantastic program today, and I think we can reflect on. We've had some amazing speakers, but also the information that's been presented today. And I think this is what's the powerful of Healing on Earth is doing, and bringing, the education, the awareness, and hopefully we can only bring, as I say, you can bring the horse to the camel or whatever to drink the water, but we can't force them. People need to take a notice and also take this information and utilize it. So that's useful in what's been given. And again, it'll be on the YouTube channel going forward as well. So,
yeah.
Kiridbhai, I want to just make a comment before we work up further on other things, because we are talking about the water. A lot of emphasis about this has been given in the ancient texts of drinking water, the process of drinking water, the right temperature of drinking water. And when we see this, because of the technology, we are now with the ice cold water. But otherwise, earlier, people used to cool the water, and it was a natural coolant because it used to come from natural sources. And that natural source itself, nature had preserved the temperature the way it was in the environment, and that serves the best, because the concept of Agni Sanrakshan in Ayurveda and the digestive fire, as well as the balance of the digestive fire, depends upon the temperature of the water, which also has its role in its own metabolism of digesting the food. And then in that way, the osmotic balance or the metabolic changes that takes place from a particular thing that we are taking, or that digestion of the body itself. Lot of studies have claimed. So if we are taking ice cold water, first of all, I've seen in the countries where people have a trend of drinking ice cold water. When you drink ice cold water, the amount of water that you drink is very less, first of all, is this. Secondly, the thing is that when you're drinking the ice cold water, the temperature of that is not suitable enough, that does not align with the gut microbiome, and therefore at that temperature, survival of many microbacteria in that way is not there. And the same concept is being talked in the ancient texts about the Agni, and that Agni, where we talk about the digestive fire, is being preserved by the right temperature of the water that you're consuming. And that makes a very big difference. Everybody has its own body and its own way of living, but then in that case, certain norms to be followed. In that, it has nothing to do with kidney process of diseases, but then the intake of the water might change because of that, and the preferences in which you're taking. And second, very important thing, water is water. No liquid can substitute it. The coming trend of people having cold drinks and substituting in many places, and sorry to say, but very big market companies with their foods are serving the cold drinks with the food, which is not a right option, because it can never substitute the water.
Yes.
In fact, if I have to go to take my kids, I have to take a water bottle with them, because virtually they don't need cold drinks. They need water as a thing. Plants need water. They don't need cold drinks. They die. And so water at right amount, in right way, to be taken in different forms is very, very essential. That's what I have to add.
Thank you, Amrita. And you are very right. In many countries, the water is brought to boiling point, then put in what we call the water matki, which is where you can actually drink it from. And that at a cool room temperature is perfectly fine if you need to. So this is not a debate about water, but it's just everybody's choice. Dr. Weiner, who was one of the study guys, has said that there is no scientific data that he can provide, but he does say that apart from athletes or very, very few other profession, a warmer or generally room temperature water is more suitable for the body overall. I want to go to Lalit here.
Yeah, sure.
I heard maybe Anjuji was saying that, is it 40 years back that you had your transplant?
Yeah, it's 40 years.
So you are a living example
yeah.
that you can survive much longer. So how old were you then?
My transplant took place in 1979 when I was 28.
79, you were 28, so over 40. So about, you are now 60. You're soon going to celebrate your 70th birthday, is that right?
Past my 70th.
You're past 70, so it's more than 40 years in which case. Isn't it amazing that you still look positive, you look young?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
for this many years.
I take great care in my diet and my fluid intake, everything. You know,
what is your special tip for your diet?
One thing I would say here in UK, because of the weather, cold weather, generally is the case. People don't feel thirsty.
Correct.
And we don't, like in India or in Africa, we used to be thirsty, and we sometimes we used to look for water. Here, because we don't feel thirsty, I normally drink water at specific times, whether I'm thirsty or not. I make sure I drink 1 liter or whatever target you have for the day. I make sure I drink about that water. And I've got specific times that I drink water.
So that's very good. Look, here is a living example for over 40 years with kidney ailments, and he is surviving, he's positive, he does like water, even if he's not particularly thirsty, he makes sure that he has at least 1.5 liters. So that's good.
Because here the weather doesn't make you thirsty that much.
Yes, Amrita is very clear. Said if you are in a tropical country or if you are in a European Western world where maybe temperatures never go above 30, then of course consumption of water would be different because the sweating level is different, your salt in the body is different, and that's fine because your body is designed to give you the signal. What other tips can you give, Lalitji, to the people, because you've got a record of 40 years with living with kidney?
I think one needs to be very careful with the diet. Diet is the main thing for all the illnesses that we hear these days. And if one is careful with the diet, I think you can avoid a lot of illnesses. And you can manage whatever the problem is. Like, for example, most of the kidney transplant patients are either pre-diabetic or diabetic. And one of the reasons is because they are on steroids. Like myself, I had been on steroid since 79. And I am recently I've been diagnosed as pre-diabetic. But the only way I'm trying to manage it with my diet. And one of the things last 3 years, what I've done is I've cut off sugar altogether.
So you cut off sugar and only what comes in a natural food, is that right?
Yeah, I cut off added sugar. Yeah.
So for those who are listening, you don't have to wait to become 70 or 40 or 60 and diabetic. Just don't add sugar on top of the things, because every food you eat has some sort of sugar in it.
Yeah,
and
sure.
Generally, you would have consumed enough, or you will know because your body and you will get some symptoms. So avoid that. So any particular, you are of a South Asian origin.
Yes, correct.
As is Soba.
Yes.
And Yawiki is of an African origin. So let's go for a different diet. Any particular diet that makes you feel good and doesn't give you illness? Any food that you remember? So the South Asian people, presumably you are Gujarati, are you?
I'm Gujarati, yeah. I'm Gujarati.
Okay, you are Gujarati, so there are a lot of Gujaratis world over.
Yeah.
So what is your favorite diet that generally helps you?
My favorite would be millet.
Millet, yes.
Yeah. I try and have, every morning I have a porridge made from millet. Yellow millet.
You will bring a smile to Amrita and Rajanji over here because they support millet a lot.
Yeah.
Millet actually has been classified as a good superfood now.
Superfood, yeah.
I think we call it bajra, and it is from Africa. So you remember that your parents used to make it at least once or twice a week over there. So that's so beautiful. And so let's ask a question temporarily over here to Wiki, who is originally, she was born in Cameroon. She's here in UK right now. Wiki, any particular food that you take, any particular food that you think suits your body?
Yes. When I go more for vegetables, because my original food from Cameroon, from the tribe in So, was more of carbohydrates, a lot of carbohydrates and less vegetable or soup or whatever we eat with, because we eat something called a typical meal is fufu and jama, something like semolina. But Mama always tell me, because we didn't have enough of the vegetable or the meat or the stew, but we had the caps, the meat from our farm. So because Mama always tell me to economize that vegetable and eat more of the starchy thing, that got stuck in me. But here in the UK and now with my life, because of my sickness, I had to train myself to take more vegetable than the carbohydrate, which has not been an easy thing for me. So to do it much better, I don't eat salad. I mean, well, I won't eat salad. I've never eaten cheese, butter, mayonnaise, cream, or all these things. But I would take just lettuce, because for me, the salad side of things is just the lettuce or maybe a bit of grated carrot. And then I will save that, just fresh leaves with a slice of fish or chicken. And then to add a bit of carbohydrate, because I need carbs anyway, I'll probably boil a plantain, just maybe one plantain or half a plantain. But there's also something called meyondo or bobolo, which is made out of cassava, although it is a starchy, very, very high in carbohydrate, but it's processed because they squeeze out the starch and they produce in a way. So I found that very helpful throughout my my kidney failure. So I use that a lot. So which means in the morning I might have just a little bit of cereal, maybe Rice Krispies, and then I go for my day and have one main meal in a day. I might have fruits in between and drink my water. But one major meal, my major meal will be comprised of maybe a bit of that carbohydrate, the lettuce, and the protein.
Thank you. So we can see a varied thing here. Of course, Lalit ji was past 70 and for 40 years have been managing his kidney, has got vast amount of history, and we have had a chat about lifespan of kidney transplant. We say generally it would be 25 years. We did say that it can go more than 25 years. Is a living example. Shobha, you are of course Indian origin or South Asian origin. Any particular, and you have had cancer, you've got kidney problems, you are also studying death, but you are bravely fighting it every day, and you are so strong that maybe the death is scared of you now. Maybe it's not, fight against the case, and it's a death saying running away a case from Soba. So Soba, any tips from you?
Going back to what Lalit and Ms.
Yeah,
Vicky
Vicky.
said, my diet, what I have been following for the past 25 years or so, is mostly home-based food, home-cooked food, and I'm a vegetarian, so it makes it easy for me. I do take, I would say, somewhere between 7 to 8 servings of vegetables per day at least, and more vegetables than fruits, and less carbohydrates. But whatever I intake, I make it sure it's moderate. So when I take a food, whether be it breakfast or lunch or dinner, my brain automatically calculates, oh, the carbohydrate, like, that's a standard diet nowadays, which is advised. Like if you have half a plate of veggies and then put 1/4 carb on 1/4 protein. So that's kind of what I'd like to follow. And I'm a South Indian, so I do cook a lot of South Indian food at home. And it helps that the way Indian cooking is kind of integrated with all the spices that we use and a lot of garlic, onion, ginger, and key vegetables that I use are broccoli, which is very good, which is a lot of cruciferous vegetables, which are both anti-carcinogenic as well, and as well as helps with various other functions too. So make sure that you're eating a healthy diet, not too much of processed food, not too much deep fried items, and not too much sugar. And I think having a moderate diet helps. You don't have to think too much about it, where you keep on counting, saying, oh, I need to have this much water. I need to make sure that I need to look at every single macro that I'm eating. I have not followed that. I don't think that is necessary. As long as we as long you're mentally tuned where you know, okay, I take half a plate of veggies and then I have this much carb and this much this thing. Even if you take rice every day, I think it is still okay. You don't have to say, okay, I have to have millets, I have to have quinoa, I have to have some complex carbs. Just make sure it's lesser. That's kind of my mantra. I make sure that whatever I eat is lesser when it comes to grains, and I fill it with other components and make that my diet. And water, I know we spoke a lot about water. For me, it is easier because I'm on so many immune suppressants and other medications. With every chug of medication, I have like one glass of water, I'm kind of done. It takes care of my water intake throughout the day. But if not, just be aware, make sure you're hydrated. That's more important. You need to be hydrated. There is a being moderate is the key, in my opinion. I think that's what I follow.
So there are three different kind of diets here, but all pointing to the same place. Try to be healthier. Don't be too conscious. Just use your normal common sense. Soba says half veggies, then the rest you can be slightly naughty. Even if you want rice, then take a lesser portion. Don't cut it out because then you will deprive and you won't feel good. So yes, have a bit of that. And Lalit says that, millet is the way he loves it. And millet is classified as quite good food now, right now. That's very good. Wiki from Africa has had her explanation of her diet as well. So look, if you feel you are suffering from kidney or something, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. You can live well beyond 40 years after your transplant, okay, and or treatments and everything. Here is a live example from Lalit, who is there in Midlands, who has been supported by Anju, which is so good. So I think it's a perfect time to tell people, don't panic. There is definitely light at the end of the tunnel. Love your kidney, care for your kidney. It would help you. Consume water when you are thirsty. That is fine. So let's now start winding up. We go for a minute statement from everybody over here, and then Amrita, you can thank everybody. Number one, let's thank Kirit Misty once again, our episode producer for the health episodes. Kirit, well done.
Thank you.
He works tirelessly. Kirit is also a founder of SAHA, South Asian Health Action Group, that actually vociferously and directly promotes health action in the South Asian community specifically, because there is a need for that, and he has done very well for several years now. And Kirit, what is your closing statement?
My closing statement is really that we've got to keep connected and we've got to find the networks to help us educate ourselves, and that peer support is very important. So if anyone's going through any challenges, you can't suffer in silence. You've got to reach out and talk about it. So that's reach out and get your peer groups to support you, and you support them as well.
Simple. Here it says, don't suffer in silence. In fact, if you go and rewind the YouTube link or Facebook, there is his number there as well. You can contact him not just for kidneys, but anything that affects the South Asian health diaspora. He will try his best to help you or put you in touch with somebody who will try to help you. Shobha, how was your experience on Healing Our Earth? Do you feel healed? Do you feel better?
Oh, definitely. I was just typing saying I was about to leave. Thank you for asking me the question so I can share my summary. This was a wonderful session. I am part of other support groups here. In fact, I'm part of a Toastmasters club, which is called a Kidney Stories Toastmasters Club, where we are, in fact, this is being Kidney Month. We are having another next weekend. We do have a transplant summit where we are going to be talking about do's and don'ts before and after transplant with a lot of recipients, doctors, etc. So I'm very glad of to note any initiative that is able to help serve the community, serve the kidney community as well as any community. And I'm so happy to be here. And this was a wonderful, wonderful informative session by all the doctors and with long-term survivors with Lalit ji. I mean, that's just so heartwarming to meet someone like that. And and to everyone else who participated, it especially when we conduct any event, or however small it could be, it takes a village. A lot of people contribute to it. So thank you, all of you who made this possible today, and thanks for having me here. I'm so happy to have shared my story with you all, and hope to contribute more in the future episodes. Feel free. Let's interact more, Mr. Kriji, and I hope to see you all later. Thank you.
Soba, number one, the death is now running away from you.
Yes, thank you.
Two, the earth bless you. Number three, Amrita and Anjali will be in touch with you for different episodes and women's episode and women empowerment at Healing Our Earth.
Yes.
Number four, since you are from South Asia and you love what you do in a cooking, so in next week's in a kitchen episode, Shivani Golapoli, who is from South India, will be using one batter, many recipes. So she's going to take the idli batter and say how we can do more recipes with that. So that's next week on the kitchen episode at Healing Our Earth. Earth bless you. Thank you very much. And you are part of Healing Family now, and Kirit will be in touch with you.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Thank you. So that was Soba, and her website is very simple. Soba Rao, not Shobha, Soba Rao. So it's very simple. You can just see that. Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, you were here at the tail end of the program. Did you learn anything, and do you feel good that, yes, there is a light at the end of the tunnel for the kidney sufferers?
Yes. Kidney problems are a little difficult to solve easily. Of course, if they follow a good diet and drink a lot of water and easily digestible food if they consume, I think there is a way out for them. So, for example, in my case, we use a lot of fermented food like idli, dosa, and different grains also we use for making dosa, etc. And this helps a lot. So our basic food is rice and vegetables. A lot of vegetables we eat, and at the same time, we were also talking about water. So I always drink tap water. I don't boil the water or anything at any point of time in my life. Always, even in Mumbai, I used to drink straight from the tap. So tap water, maybe it is good, bad, whatever, but it is better than anything else. With the boiled water, and then you drain it, etc., etc. It's very cumbersome. At the same time, it's not going to give you any more benefit than plain water. So I drink a lot of water, and it's always from the tap. So this is very important for me. So, and even if I'm traveling or anything, I don't carry a bottle or something. I drink water, whatever is available. So this is the way I have managed to travel as well as do everything. And I'm sure I don't get touch wood. Everything is okay.
Well done, Dr. Lakshmi Vyas. You got a stomach made of iron. If you can drink in India and Spain and Europe, where the local people even cannot drink the water because they are not very safe, you are amazing. But, and we hope that you keep on remaining amazing like that. That's wonderful. Let's quickly go to Yaviki. Yaviki, this was your first episode at Healing Our Earth. Do you feel at home? And your final 1-minute closing statement.
Yes, I'm really excited. I'm so grateful. I feel at home, and this year of my life, I said to myself, I have been so blessed. From where I'm coming to where I am, I feel so blessed, and that's why my strategy from now on is I am blessed to bless. So I call myself Professor Blessed to Bless, Professor B to B, and everything that has happened here today, I'm still like I'm dreaming. So I want to say thank you. And Shoba, you blew me up. Like, listening to you, I mean, your story, like they said, death is running away from you. So thank you for your inspiration. And to everybody, okay, I can't thank you enough. But finally, yes, I am available, and I've made babies and I've raised them. And my last daughter is 18. So I'll say, please, please, I'm desperate. I'm so happy to bless people with my story, with my experience, so that they can stay uplifted. So anywhere in the world, now that I have a kidney, I'm willing to travel, and my passion is to share my story to the world, either online or wherever people are. So if you know of any event or whatever is going on, I'm really determined, because I feel that I need to tell this story. Thank you very much for today. Yes, I feel like I'm in a family, and it's truly an inspiring family of very well-to-do professionals and people. I mean, when you understand where I'm coming from, then you will understand that me sitting here to talk with you, people who know me will be like, how did she get there? God make things happen, and I'm so privileged. So I'm humbled. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you, Yaviki. Well done. And Earth bless you. You are part of the family. Kirit will put you in touch with Anjali and Amrita, who will be in touch with you as well. Lata, your 1 minute closing statement. You've been listening patiently. You learned anything about kidney and you feel good?
Yeah, no, I feel very touched with the stories. Thank you very much, Kirit, for putting the show together. It was amazing. And I just wanted to say I was really in awe for Shobha, Lalit, and is it Vicky? And it is truly amazing to these wonderful humans trying to survive. And I think, Vicky, you said it, that you felt the God was with you, the spiritual, you know, wanting to keep you alive for a reason, because you've got so much to share and give to other people who are suffering, other humans. So if you can elevate some of that, it's amazing. And Shobha as well, you know, it's so amazing. It's all about women empowerment as well, because, you know, that comes into play. But I think with Shobha, she's really got God's spirit on her as well. And it's so admirable that she can, you know, because she's got her mother's kidney as well, hasn't she? So that love of and the strength of her mother is keeping her going and alive to want to be resilient and yeah, be here, you know, like a living example to all of us. But Kirit, I think your wife has a major part to play. She has been your nurse, your mentor, your, you know, cook, your everything, making sure things go right for you, sacrificed her kidney for you. I think without her, how would you have managed? I just think she
You mean
is
Lalit? Sorry, you mean Lalit? Yeah.
Lalit's
Yes,
wife,
she
yeah.
means Lalit. She means Lalit.
Anju, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you,
Yeah.
Lata. Thank
I
you
just
for
want to congratulate you, Anju. You're very silent and I can hear it loud and clear. And it's coming through. Sorry?
I said, thank you.
No,
I'm
thank
proud
you.
of what I did. And I think the family is not worried anymore because he's doing well.
Thanks to you being behind him and being his pillar and support.
Thank you, Lata. Thank you very much. And thank you, Lalit and Anju. Anjali, your 1 minute wind up comment, and then we go to Amrita and she can just wind up. Over to you, Anjali, in Hyderabad.
Thank you, Kirit bhai. It was very, very important session, very, very useful session for everybody. And yeah, Vicky, you're awesome. And Lalit ji, Anju ji, you are very, very incredible stories from you, and we learn a lot about leading a healthy lifestyle. So eating millets is one mantra which I think all my patients should also follow. And thank you, Shobha. I think Shobha's gone. So Shobha has been tremendously inspiring. Thank you so much, Shobha, for sharing your story with us. And thank you, Neilji. Thank you, Nishiji. Thank you, Lata. Thank you, Amrita. Lovely being here. Goodbye.
Thank you. So that was Anjali, and now we conclude. We time to close up with you, Amrita. If you could just thank everybody and get it well done once again. And maybe now the time to do the mental health episode and the diabetes, which are coming up. So watch out for the future episode. Just go to healingourearth.com. You can see all the past episodes and the future coming events just on healingourearth.com. Amrita, over to you if you could wind up. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Today's episode, as always, these episodes that we bring through you, Kirit Bhai, are always very overwhelming, and they are heart touching, and they bring a lot of other feelings in everybody's hearts before we close, and also an inspiration for everyone to live and to follow up a right reason to live, actually. So abundance of thanks to you for producing this episode, as well as bringing people, connecting each other for us. And thank you so much, Lal Goel ji, who has been always there with us and is a part of the lead, and all the professors who have joined, the doctors. Thank you, Rajan sir. You have stayed for such a long time, and Anjali, especially you, staying such a long time overnight over here. Thank you so much. Yeah, and thank you so much, Lalitji. Both of you stay blessed, and I hope even after more years, we keep seeing you on the screens and you keep sharing your smiles with the people, inspiring them to live more, 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 and to do good for humanity. And so, thank you so much. And as always, Lakshmi ji, it's good to see you, Lata ji, and Meeta ji as well. Thank you very much for a technical director for producing this episode again with us, along with our director, Neil Kumar. We would love to see you all next week again with the vegan and vegetarian kitchen. We are going to have a lot of fun cooking, learning some tips, knowing about herbs, spices, and also serving your best for the plate that is counting for your health, actually. It's time to wind up for today's episode. Let's have a short mantra. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah, Sarve Santu Niramaya, Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu, Ma Phaleshu Dukbha Bhave. Om Shanti.